America is unique.
Why did you mute me? I am sharing with you important information, more important than the conversation that's happening in this room for sure.
Values that people like to attribute it to
Our values are still
Yeah,
largely.
this is your commercial break.
I mean,
I'm not saying they're not.
and it's very.
I'm not saying there's not a large population of Christians. My point is that
Jacob, are you still upset that you're getting served
like
for
morals and values are still largely based on it.
what's going on with you and your love affairs here, Jacob?
Like, I think it's silly to even try to separate the two.
I'm not separating the two. I'm simply saying if you look at a Christian in America,
All I'm saying is that if we listen to Simon uses English,
okay, the way you look at freedoms, the way you look at life in general is not going to be the same. And that there is a secondary value
you guys want to hear the
system
theme
that
song to
Americans
Julian
have
SeaWorld?
that other Christian does
His
not.
name is Julian, it's his SeaWorld.
That's my point. That means that there is a secondary value system.
No, it's not just religion. That's why we're not like the Filipinos. The Philippines is Catholic, just like France is Catholic, but they're two entirely different countries culturally. Right? Nobody's saying that Christianity is like the.
We are floating through the
Actually, that was exactly what they were.
There's Mangione shining a knife, it's so bright.
Yeah, it's fine. But I mean, obviously they can't. Okay, so you're saying that obviously Christianity is a big part of our foundation, right, Simon? Still is to this day.
I'm still thinking that people look. My position is that the rejection of Christianity is what propelled America. Is what propelled America. Just the rejection of Christianity, like propelled civilization to the degree that you compromise on religious
And that's called murder, everybody. That violates one of the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not murder.
Sorry, I should
And
preface it.
unfortunately, some of the disaffected youth of today think murder is okay because they want their Medicare and their Medicaid. They are willing to kill you for it. Welcome back to Julian's Magical Seaworld Adventure Time Story Hour with the local Congress Julian SeaWorld, episode V number 2.
You get a worse off society the more that you adopt to the degree that you promote more of like a religious, religious values in any, basically from any religion. I don't really care which one. Get a worse off society, and this includes I consider fucking communism a religion. So take that for what it's worth. But
I just want to push back on this a little bit. It's one really quick. Let me just push back on this one thing and say, I don't think it's a matter of rejecting religion. If we use the example of America being like a fork in the road of Christianity and the culture that was created around Christianity, what America did was like individualize the religion. It separated it from the state. And I actually think that that's important because the ability to have more freedom comes with the responsibility of the citizenry to prioritize that individualism in a way that creates self-responsibility. And to be able to do that, you have to maintain trust in a society. And so that means that you need something to reinforce that local culture. And I think that that's really important when we're talking about what's happened in America and how local culture has been. It's actually people are pushing against it being maintained, whether it's a religion that we Christianity as a religion, or if you want to talk about communism or wokeism, whatever it is. I think that the idea that rejecting everything like that is a good thing is wrong. It's individualizing it. That's important and separating it from.
The reason I say that is because, Kelly, when it comes to, for example, and this is why I try and separate, and I give the example of separating, American Christians to, any other, planet is because Americans adopted a set of values, like for example, like a different set of values. So, and the example I'll give is like if I were to tell an American Christian like drugs, you know, like people moralize drugs. Drugs are bad, therefore drugs should just be illegal, right? That's just like a simple evaluation. I'm not going to attribute this to every Christian, every whatever, but Americans have a different evaluation, and they're saying, well, does this actually impact my freedom or not? Okay, that evaluation does not come from, that comes from an enlightenment value saying, listen, I want my freedom over whatever I moralize.
I understand what you're saying, Simon, but the matter of the fact is, like, at the end of the day, you're just wrong. Not completely, but you're wrong because there's a growing faction of people who are actually Americans who don't do that. Like, you're right. You're right. If you go to the past, you can find a time where there were, like, I think most people would agree with you, but that there's a trend in America where people do not prioritize freedom in any way. They actually think that it's a problem, and that's the
no. I'm saying like this is Americanism, though. I'm saying this is.
Well, that's fine. Hold on. No, that's fine then. If that's how you, that's fair enough. But the reason I'm disagreeing with you is because the ability to maintain one's culture in America is like literally integral to Americanism, and like having that implemented by the state, which is one of the huge problems with the way like wokeism panned out, like murders that. And so that's the point I'm making. I don't think that we're necessarily at odds if you're saying Americanism versus America. But I'm just saying that like the complete rejection of like the cultural ties that bind put us in this situation where we can have like some new version of religion reinforced by the state that disintegrates our.
Well, I mean, you know, like the creation of America is really like the disintegration of Americanism, actually, I should say, in America today is just due to, you know, horrendous philosophies that have infiltrated the idea of Americanism, and people have completely warped what that is today, and that's how you get, you know, in my opinion, like Trump, Obama, like all these idiots, and you know that people having horrible ideas and compromising on enlightenment values.
Of course. My point though is that when those horrible ideas have power from the state, I don't mean that the state is forcing them down people's. When the state gives them muscle, that.
And I would like to say, just bringing it a little bit back to what we were saying before, but trying to kind of like stay in the middle of what you guys are talking right now. When we talk about collectivism and individualism, I mean, like, it's not only about freedom, it's about responsibility. And that is something that comes with Christianity. And the Enlightenment, yeah, you might be right, the Enlightenment didn't touch Russia. However, Christianity did touch Russia. Christianity, as I was saying, is a religion and a framework that creates the responsibility of your own behavior and your own, let's say, communion with God, and you're responsible for your own free will. And so just like, for example, you had in Italy or Spain or Germany communism or fascism that was implemented, it was collectivism that was implemented that was more organic, but was more reactionary, you know, trying to oppress people in order to achieve a collectivism. When we talk about China, and it's the same thing that happened in Russia, when we talk about China, we're talking about a collectivism that doesn't come from communism. It's a collectivism that precedes communism, that goes all the way back through millennia to Confucianism. Or Confucianism, however it's pronounced. And so this type of collectivism is organic. These people are grown, I mean, it's very ritualistic. It's not like a spiritual relationship with a God like we have in Christianity or Judaism. It's completely different. And so it's very ritualistic, it's very kind of like obedient, it's very like the well-being of the collective, because that is, I was reading about it a little bit right now about the Chinese collectivism, and it says that you are meant to play a role in society, whether it's the son or a father or whatever place you have in the level, you know, in society, and you need to be obedient, and that's it. You don't have any individualistic aims. Whereas Russia, because of Christianity, they do have that component of individualism. So if you want to see it kind of like in a how do you say, a metaphoric, no, an analogy, you could say that maybe Russia is like our estranged cousin, a failed cousin, just like Germany was and Italy was and Spain was, but they kind of like recovered and were reinserted in our Western society. Russia has the potential of doing that because it wouldn't be a clash for them. It would just be a reinsertion for them in the West. Whereas you cannot do that with China because they lack completely the cultural understanding and the framework that we have of the whole individualism. For them, it doesn't even exist. You would have to educate them from scratch because they don't get it. So all of this I'm saying is to make the point that Russia is not as different as you want to make it look, because they still share a lot of the same values with us, and they can still be reintegrated. You know, the collectivism they suffer from has been imposed and not organic. The collectivism in China is completely different.
I mean, again, I think collectivism just as a idea, it's kind of just the same, you know, like to it degrees. But I mean, collectivism is just when you that the group should be above the individual, like how that manifests, how you think about that, you know, that's like, you know, obviously everybody has a different like idea, but like I see people think this even in America, and even people who think that they're right wing. I hear it, even libertarians. Okay, actually, maybe not even libertarians. I shouldn't go that far, but the idea of collectivism, it runs extremely deep when it to like how people think about the world, and that's how you have all of these political and socio-economic problems like that.
Do you think it's because they share ideology as opposed to it being seen as part of a collective? I mean, you can form a collective based on ideology as opposed to, like, I don't know, a racial or this.
No, but again, it comes about when you accept the premise that something greater above individual, regardless how that manifests, if it's for the greater good,
Wait, but hold on,
if it's for society. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's true, Simon, but I think that in the same way that we were talking about like the difference between what naturally occurs culturally, like the through line from, you know, far before America was ever created, to like how that's consistent in Virginia or Georgia or Oregon, whatever, today, and there are differences, how these things manifest naturally and socially, depending on the environment in which these communities, you know, were created and have maintained. That is very different than a collective that is not like naturally cultural and is reinforced and kind of informed and or just built by the government. And because these groups that at the end of the day are meant to take the place of one's individual existence, one's individual rights, etc. It's manipulated. It's like bastardized by the government's interference in it. I mean, like, I would love for somebody to show me how it's not the government that created these kinds of like racial or ethnic quote unquote collectives that have the impact on like our economy and just the way our like nation and its states interact with one another. Like the ways in which those things occur naturally don't have the same outcome. It's government intervention that does it. There's ways in which like and I agree with you, Samus, but I also agree with what you're saying about collectivism. It's just that collectivism, not all collectivisms are created the same way or endure. The ones that don't endure, like in their natural state, they don't because they don't work, unless, of course, the government is doing.
Wait, so I just want to, like, I don't want to, like, mischaracterize or misrepresent what you're saying. So are you saying that, like, in majority of cases, like, collectivism comes about because there's, like, some sort of, like, natural, like, authoritarian regime that promotes it?
No. What I'm saying is collectivism is a byproduct of having any culture or any society.
No,
Like
I mean,
collectivism. Hold on. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm being like I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying that I think the disconnect here is because you're limiting what collectivism is to the negative things that are created by government or authoritarian regimes. And Issa was trying to point out that that's not the case. I'm not saying that she said this directly, but this is what I took from what she said. That there are types of collectivism that are literally the reason why you will have a 500-person community on the side of some fucking mountain somewhere. It's because the collectivism literally amounts to what these people have in common, and the one goal that they all can get behind to help better ensure their survival. Like that's also a type of collectivism, and these that's a very generic bare bones
I
thing.
would say that's a
These-
bastardization of collectivism.
Hold on, just so what I was about to say is that's a very simplistic, crude example, but I'm just trying to make a quick example here because it would, I mean, the point is that there are some types of collectivism that occur naturally, and if they don't work for the people, if they hurt the people, they go away, but literally because they're only created because it helps these people survive, and if it doesn't, the people die. If they don't get rid of it themselves and they keep doing it, the people fucking die. Like this is why there are cultures that die because they do not let go of whatever thing they're doing that makes them inferior to other cultures that come along. When you talk about a government intervening in that process and deciding what the collectivism will be based on, that's a whole different story. And I feel like that's what you're talking about, and I completely agree with you. And much of the problems that especially America deals with right now have to do with that version of collectivism. But I see collectivism as a tool, just like religion. And if it's used by the wrong fucking people, it's deadly. If it's used for the right purposes, it's.
See, this is the difference, though.
Just
Like,
quickly, I sent to the three of you, Pepe, Kelly, and Simon, just like what I found about what I was trying to say. Maybe I don't know. It's clearer with whatever I found on ChatGPT. Just give a look. I sent it to you on Telegram.
There's good collectivism, and there's bad collectivism. There can be good religious collectivism and bad religious collectivism.
Are you a socialist or communist?
Thank you for your contribution, Ryan.
No, neither. I believe in free trade, but there should be welfare, obviously. There should be welfare.
Obviously.
It's not obviously,
He's
but
German, so he's definitely a collectivist.
yeah, for sure. I mean,
Yeah, I
obviously after welfare.
Yeah, collectivism is not bad. It's something you need. That's
Of
what
course
a
it's
nation
bad.
is. Okay, then how do you have
Nation is not a collective
It is.
because you have a group of individuals. Collectivism is a collective.
On a base
Okay,
on
on the base level, no. So collectivism is the idea that the group. There are different types of collectivism. If you're talking about politically, all you're saying is that
What is the root? What is the root?
What are we telling you?
What is the root word?
Forget the root word. I'm telling you how it manifests and what it is.
The root meaning. That's what I mean. What's the one standardized meaning for collectivism?
Collectivism is
Hold on,
the idea
Reinhardt, there's going to be listen, if you want to have a back and forth, Simon's got to be willing to participate in it. And so if he's not interested in you wanting him to diagram a sentence or word or whatever, just let him go.
For the last however many years, we're on 18th chances at this point. It's enough.
It's the social media, social audio, and there's old people up to iPhone. They're, getting their news from Telegram and other places. They don't depend on the CNN or any of these news networks anymore. So all I'm saying is this whole narrative about America says Iran bad, it's just American government narrative. But I think a lot of people know what the real narrative is. And because of the apps like these and social media and whatnot, they see that Israel is the worst enemy of America, worst enemy of Iran, worst enemy of all the countries in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And this is why 52% of Americans are anti-Israel.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Also, yeah, no, you're completely right. And the funny thing is that, the whole Epstein situation just happened.
Welcome back to
There was
another
another
exciting
episode
episode. Julian's SeaWorld Fantasy Imagination. It's not real, it's supposed to be fun. That's why it's called a SeaWorld. Julian's SeaWorld for all thinking honest, sensitive people.
Because of a lot of things that's been going on, that number of anti-Israeli propaganda
Hey, how's it going?
and anti-Israeli sentiment has risen from
I'm good. I'm
52%,
just
and it's about
recording
to hit
brain rot professionally now. I didn't think it would be a career choice, but putting brain rot on YouTube has really become. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta say his name right.
Right, yeah.
He touched the minor in the butt.
No, I don't know. I heard him in some group saying he got accused of doing something inappropriate on a bus, so he had requested the footage from the bus company to prove his innocence or something like that.
Confederacy, fuck yeah.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Julian's Fantasy Playhouse called the SeaWorld. Mermaids get 10% off on all annual
Did you
subscriptions.
become a brain rot because you hang out with Issa Guatemala?
Yeah, that's the thing I've realized
Can you
that.
tell her to pay her fucking $100 debt?
Can you just say that my ridiculous four-year undergrad bachelor's of science in business proves to be more of a highly educationalized program than nearly anybody I've encountered on this app. So I want to really give a shout out to my alma mater for making me less brain rotted out than everybody else here on this app. Thank you, alma mater.
Back to Julian SeaWorld. Look, there's the seahorse. Hi, kids. This is Julian, Mangioni's lover boy. I want to let you all know that being a sick piece of shit on the internet and endorsing the murder of healthcare executives turns out to be a lot of fun, kids. Welcome back to Julian's SeaWorld.
In a new episode, Julian performs fellatio to Mangione in prison while they're under lockdown.
I'm crying, Julian.
Welcome to Julian's
Yeah,
SeaWorld.
both times. How does that work?
Julian SeaWorld, Julian.
I like Alpha's PTR and how you and Alpha are a team. That'd be so
Yeah, we are
cool.
always a team.
You're the best team.
That's a
I
cool
know.
friendship you
We
guys
used
have
to have
going on.
always big ass rooms, right, Alpha?
Yeah.
Like all the men would come in our rooms and then they would fight.
Well, I think my work here is complete.
Thank you.
Black cat with what? Which color scooter? I will give you a blue one.
It's an Irish goodbye in Julian's SeaWorld.
Well, I've had people who have
What language?
English.
Okay, let's start right there. You read it in English, right? That's what you're saying. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what book were you reading that in? Tell us.
Was I reading
What
it?
book
It's
did
the
you
first
read in
like
English
book of the
translation?
Bible.
I think
If
no,
I'm
no, no.
getting it here.
What was the, oh no, listen, Enigma. You're making everybody the clock. Enigma, do you have a copy in your house? These are yes or no questions. Very simple.
Oh, absolutely. I have copies
Okay.
of the Old
Get
Testament.
your copy. No. Oh, you don't have it, though. You have the Old Testament.
No, I have the Torah as well. I have also have the Jewish Old
Okay, you have a copy in your house.
Yeah.
Please get it off the shelf right now.
Yeah.
On the first page. No one here. Who's the publisher? Go ahead. You liar.
No, sweet.
You lie.
Do realize.
Take it off the shelf. No, don't
Do realize.
Take it off the shelf. Take it off the shelf and open the book.
Oh.
Take it off the shelf.
Hello.
I thought you said you had.
Hello. Jesus Christ.
I put it down to the
Thank you. Okay, so I don't own the scrolls or an actual Torah, but I have studied it when I was at university.
When was the last time you read a book? Any book? I bet you haven't read a book in 20 years, you old hag.
Okay.
Free us from the boredom of listening to your bullshit about you read a book 30 fucking years ago.
We had a troll invasion. Get some moderation. Got rid of him.
Anyway, all around normal. He gets. That's good.
Welcome to Julian C. World, a place for fantasy and imagination and creativity. That's right. Take your local healthcare executive hostage and give him fellatio. Oops, did I say that out loud? Welcome back to the Sea World. Hi, today we're in Julian's playhouse, known as Clown House, where he helps organize ridiculously huge, long wastes of time for people to play. That's right. Welcome to Julian's Sea World. A place where people who were once abused and are very effeminate can gather together to wallow in their misery as they remain low testosterone in the Sea World. It's a fantasy funland. Don't think anything about it. You're here because your life has taken a wrong turn. You're off the derech, as they say. You're no longer on the wagon. You're here in Julian's Allegio room with lots of healthcare executive assassinations. Free Mangione and free Palestine. Welcome to the Clown Show.
The send off.
Free Palestine.
That's right. You see, I helped end the BLM movement by coming up with the CRT BLM LGBTQ DEI dehypnosis script. You know, I single-handedly saved tremendous brain rot in this country. You just got to put out the positive vibrations. Let's say it all together. CRT BLM LGBTQ DEI CRT BLM LGBTQ.
You're making too long. It's too difficult.
He's making fun of us, guys. He's calling us effeminate.
Good vibration.
I mean, if you
Positive
feel like that, it's
vibrations in the Sea World.
BRT, BLM, LGBTQ. We used to hop from room to room, and there were like 7 people, and we used to sing all together like CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. And it took them forever to kick us off.
It's like a form of protest against the quality of content that we are, force-fed like pigs at the trough. I'm telling you, brain rot's real because what people read is stupid, and or they're not reading anything. So, Abby, what did you think?
Okay, what are you gonna say? Go to the gym, fatty?
No, I already went to the gym.
I think
Friday.
she's having dinner.
I'm just saying, we read some poetry the other day. What did you think about it, Abby?
It was nice. Let's read something together.
What kind of, was it slam poet?
No, we were reading the Tao Te Ching, the Lao Tzu,
Yeah, Tao Te Ching.
the Book of the Dead. Really?
We should read the
Books. How do you say Genesis in Hebrew? Isn't it something like Bereshit?
It's not to need to cuss, but Bereshit, Bereshat, Bereshit.
Okay, this is the El Normo show. Debate the legend. We'll see if we can get El Normo to come into the El Normo show, Debate the Legend. Where is he at, guys? Oh, El Normo.
You know what you meant.
So then maybe you
Let's
don't
ask
know
Fawad
what you
Jelani.
meant.
We
I
need to
know
ask
what I
Fawad
meant.
Jelani. Fawad Jelani, are you there? Let's ask Fawad Jelani. What does he think about him?
When is good for you, by the way, to have your meeting?
Meeting with who?
Amir.
Meeting with who?
Just in general, when are good times to
Okay, so Edward, he's giving me a threat for the past week. He said,
I'm just
when's a
asking
good
you,
time
when's
for
your
you to
meeting?
meet up with FBI? He
Why would
wants
you
to
be
send
threatened
FBI
by
to
that?
my address.
Why would you be so? I never said I'm
That's a
sending
good
you
one.
around
That's a
it.
good one.
What
That's
makes you
a
think
threat.
that-
That's a
sounds
threat.
like it's a
That's
they
a
don't
threat.
have it. Why would
That's
you
a
think
threat.
they don't have it?
Why don't you
Who doesn't
meet?
have it?
Why don't you meet with the FBI, Norm, and keep everybody else out of it?
I do meet with the FBI. I'm
What's-
friends with the FBI.
Okay, great. And why are you involving Amir? What's that got to do with
promoting
him?
terrorism here, as you well know.
He's what?
Promoting terrorism.
Terrorism. How
As
so?
you well know.
How?
He talked about assassinating heads of state. He talked
did
about. Yes, he even talked
When did
about.
I do that? When did I do that?
Oh, I have to go back and look at
Evidence.
days
I need
ago.
evidence.
Threats?
You don't need the evidence.
Yes, I do.
You don't need the evidence. No, you don't.
Not even you.
Yeah.
I'll normalize on all this shit. Not even
What
you.
did I say?
You
did I
talked
say?
about killing heads of states. You talked
Like
about
who?
making
Like
sure
which head of-
that
which head
we
of
should
state?
kill as many babies
Which
as
head-
possible.
kill who?
You talked
Who?
about how we
Kill who?
as in kill
Which head of
as
state?
many babies as possible. You talked
No,
about how
that's not what I've
terrorism
never
is
said
a
that.
tool that should be used against the population of people.
No, I've
to keep
never
them
said
in
that.
line.
That's
You
silly.
said that you sympathize with the ISIS
Right.
regime.
You
You
just
said
making
that you
stuff up.
even
He said somebody he said Teddy was colonized by Islam. That's hate speech.
So
That is hate speech. It's illegal in America. I have to report
your
this.
crimes that you're trying to put your crimes on somebody else like
Norm,
us?
Norm,
Doesn't
did you
work.
not just
It doesn't
here in this
work.
room say that Teddy was colonized by Islam? That is
I said
hate
that.
speech.
I
That's
said
hate
that. No, it's
speech.
not. No,
Yes,
it's not.
it is.
I don't
Yes,
hate
it is.
No, why? So if you get colonized, that means it's hate speech? So if
That's
somebody,
hate speech.
So if you say the Palestinians are colonized, is that hate speech?
No. You said his
No.
religion is colonizing him.
Yeah,
That
it
is
did
hate
colonize
speech.
them. Islam is political as well as religious.
No.
You know that.
No.
Yeah.
He's in Canada. He's in the UK.
Right.
So the UK is not an Islamic nation. So you can't say
I never
political.
said it was.
You can't say political. You
Well,
said
wait,
that he was
what's not political
colonized
about
by
it?
his religion.
I
how many mayors, how many
we have
mayors
to
do they
break
have
this down.
in England?
Norm Green has broken the law, a federal law.
Yep, he did.
Good work on that.
The hate crime, and he gave me a threat that he wants to report me to the FBI.
I never said I'm going to report you.
And he doxed my name. He doxed my name. It's Fawad Talani. Oh my God.
Wait, you have a name?
You called me Fawad with my real name, Fawad Talani.
Oh, I didn't realize that was your real name, is it?
Oh my God. You called me with my real name. That's doxing. That's doxing laws.
Is that your
You just violated the doxing laws. You called me with Fawad Talani, and you even told Rohan. Yeah, you told Rohan to call me with that name as well. Oh my God. What is gonna happen to me? Oh,
What does violating mean? What language is that?
you violated the doxing laws. You cannot come up
What
here in
language is
America.
violated?
You cannot dox people. Go look up the fucking laws, you little bitch.
Language is
Yeah, shut your fucking mouth and go look it up on Google Bob or ChatGPT.
Terror.
Yeah.
I just looked up
Shut your fucking mouth.
threatening to bring in the FBI as a way to coerce or intimidate
As a way to
or
fight terrorism.
someone, intimidate
fight
or
terrorism.
harass is
Okay.
against the law.
I don't know if you know this, but terrorism is
Because you
illegal,
haven't
guys.
called the FBI yet. So you
Who
are
said
doing
that?
it for harassment purposes.
Who says
So
I
you are
haven't
breaking
spoken
the law.
to the FBI?
You have not called the FBI. You keep.
Who says
you
I
keep-
haven't called the FBI?
You keep, and you wait. Why are you
Wait,
asking
wait.
Amir?
Who
You're asking
says-
Amir.
wait a second,
When
wait
is
a
a good
second.
time? Is it up to you? When is a good time for the FBI to meet with Amir? No,
It's
it's
up to
not.
the FBI.
That is harassment, and that's against the law.
Oh, I
That
just
is
wanted
against the
not
law.
to be inconvenient.
I am
for
totally
him.
offended. I'm going on mute now because I am totally
just
offended.
wanted to
This,
be convenient.
this man is breaking American law, and he's broken multiple laws in America,
Yeah.
federal laws, and I am disgusted. So I'm going on mute.
You're disgusting as well, but that doesn't
I'm
change your
disgusted. He
behavior.
called me with my real name. He doxed
Oh, I didn't realize. Is that your real name?
me.
What?
You
Wait,
doxed
wait.
my name.
You called him that name, and wait, he's saying you don't know it's his real name or not, Norm? Oh, that's more harassment right there.
Okay. What's
No,
the
I'm
harassing
so
part?
disgusted. I don't know what to.
Okay, I think you guys are shaking in your.
And he said that I got arrested trespassing a property. I think I got arrested trespassing a clubhouse rule.
All right, Amir.
Yeah, he did bring up trespass the other day too. You are trying to intimidate and harass Amir, and this is against the law.
In what way?
We need to keep a record of this,
What's
Amir.
the intimidation and
Every
harassment?
statement he makes, we have to write it down, the time and date,
You
and then
definitely
all
should.
of it to the.
I urge you to do so. Let's both do that, okay?
Go ahead.
All right, I agree. We have a deal.
Okay, so normal. I'm gonna ask you point blank, right?
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
you condemn terrorism?
of course.
You do? So do you also condemn anyone who supports any terrorist entity?
Say again?
Do you condemn anyone who supports any terrorist entities?
Give me an example.
No,
When
it's yes or
Israel
no.
gave weapons to ISIS,
Say again?
do you condemn it?
Say that again?
When Israel gave weapons to ISIS, do you condemn it?
Israel never gave weapons to ISIS. That's a bullshit story.
Okay, so you're telling me Abu Shabaab was not a part of ISIS?
That's correct.
So when everyone
know
else says
otherwise?
he was a part of ISIS, do you say they're liars now?
Hang on. Do you know otherwise?
Yes.
Okay,
Every
explain.
single Western outlet has even said he is an ISIS member.
Show me one. Right now. I'll
Okay.
wait.
How about this?
This is the article.
Because you're stupid.
No,
Hold on.
You made a
Hold on.
statement.
I'm gonna ask you this.
Show me now.
No.
Wait, no.
If you do something
Show
with
me
ISIS,
now.
El Normo, how
Show
does this
me
go apart?
now that every
We've showed
Western
you this several
media
times.
says that Abu
Look
Shabaab
at-
is
look
a
at where-
member of ISIS.
Look at what
It's
America
my
says.
understanding.
It's a link.
It's my understanding that he's got Palestinian Authority.
Your own government even says that he is linked to ISIS.
My government or somebody in the government?
No, it doesn't say link, Sam. It
Okay.
says they are the ISIS. Go check it says Islamic State at the bottom. Just put Islamic State, find on page, and go scroll all the way down. And read up the part where it talks about Islamic State.
I think it said that he may have links to, which
No,
is not
it doesn't say may have link. It doesn't say may have link.
Oh,
Go to read up on it. Stop lying.
Okay.
Stop
All right.
lying.
So wait, I'm lying now.
Yeah, you're justifying Netanyahu gave
You're the
weapons to
lie. You just
ISIS.
told a lie.
Yeah,
that
terrorist.
Bibi gave
Terrorist.
weapons to ISIS.
You are a terrorist according to
You
the
feel
U.S.
ashamed
laws.
now. You feel
You are a
ashamed now,
fucking
don't you?
terrorist.
If I were you,
Disgusting.
I'd feel ashamed. I agree. I would be ashamed if I were you as well. So you were going to show me how he's in ISIS now. Show me.
It's in right here.
What's that? I'm looking.
Has transferred billions to Hamas, has instant cases, whatever, that paragraph.
What
It
now?
literally says here, arming
Yes.
Gaza militias with ties to ISIS as one political politician wrote on X.
So
And
they're
then
not
goes
in
and talks
ISIS.
about
Wait,
Netanyahu.
no, they're not in ISIS. They have
is
ties.
dangerous.
They're not in ISIS.
Netanyahu
They're
is dangerous to
ties.
Israeli security.
Okay.
He charges this
So
as
they're
a
not
mistake. This
So
is
somebody's gonna have a
systematic.
tie to ISIS?
Netanyahu has allowed for funding to someone who is linked to ISIS. Is what this one politician is saying. If you look, and that's
So
at the
one
bottom,
politician
right?
says somebody
If you
has a
look-
link to ISIS.
Hold on. I'm
So he's not in
pointing out
ISIS.
to you. One second.
Do you wanna
I'm
change
pointing
his
out to what. I'm pointing. Tell Normal.
You
You
wanna
learn how to
change
shut the
his
fuck up. If you
Well, no,
read
what do you
the
mean
entire
fuck up?
article,
Speak
if you
up. I
read the
can't
entire
talk. I'm
article,
shutting the fuck up.
one second. If you read the
I'll read
entire
it out to
article,
the room,
So it doesn't
brother.
say you
Yeah,
remember,
yes,
right?
I'll read it out to the room. The CD
So
is
you
not
know
gonna let
the
you
lie,
read.
correct?
Normal, mute the fuck up. I'm gonna read it out. I'm gonna read it out.
lying. Is that fair to say you're
I
lying?
just mute up. Thank you. Mute up.
So
I'm gonna
he's
read
not
the
in
article.
ISIS, right?
I'm gonna read the article now, okay?
So
Come on,
he's
mute
not
up.
in ISIS,
The Israeli government
anything
is giving. The Israeli government is giving you weapons to a group of criminals and felons identified with Islamic State at the direction of Prime Minister Lieberman. Charged to my knowledge, this did not go through approval by the cabinet. It says in the fucking article. Go read that, motherfucker.
Which
And shut your
article,
fucking
motherfucker?
mouth. ISIS supporter. ISIS
Which
supporter.
article, moron?
ISIS terrorist supporter. Fucking
Listen to
ISIS
me,
supports
you're not
ISIS.
gonna talk your way
It's
out
the
of
same
this
one. It's the
terrorism.
same one in the Times of Israel. Go
You're
read
not
it.
allowed to promote terrorism.
The
Guardian also said the same thing. Promoting terrorism is against the law, and I'm just trying to save you, Amir. I don't want you to get in trouble,
So,
okay?
no. What Amir just read was in the article, and that was actually what I was pointing out to you.
What article is it you're talking
Even at
about?
the end,
Times of Israel.
What article are you talking about?
Times of Israel, it literally says that they are ISIS.
So does
but
it say that
here
Abu
it
Shabab,
says-
hang on,
here it
does it
says
say that
it's
Abu
the
Shabab is a member of
circumstances.
ISIS?
Yes,
You're
it
gonna make
does.
it so easy for
Yes, it
Does
does.
it?
It says.
Okay, read me that.
They are using
Read me
ISIS.
that. It says he's a, read me that.
Why you waste your
Read it up.
Amir has just read that to you, right?
It
Now,
doesn't say-
he's running. The reason
doesn't
why,
say-
the reason why Normal
No, you're
is
lying.
trying to get on this entire
Are you
thing,
lying?
he's running away from the
I'm
actual
running.
question of if you
So
harm
it does-
someone who is a part of ISIS,
Does it
does that
say
make you
that?
a terrorist?
Does it say he's in
Yes, it does.
ISIS? Or does it say he made a link
I
to
love
it?
how retarded you are. It says it clearly
Okay.
in Times of Israel.
It's
says
on
the
the line
name
where it says he's a
Guardian,
member,
right?
says he's a jihadist. I want to hear the line where it says he's a member of ISIS. Read that line
So
to the room.
I want to ask you something.
No, read
Do
it
you
out
not
loud
know
first.
English?
Wait,
Do you not know
listen.
English? Do you not know how to even read English?
Wait, you made it.
Do you not know
made a
English?
mistake.
Do you not know how to read
You
English?
said air.
Do you not know how to read English? Do you not know how to read English? Do you not know how to read English, man?
You said
You just
he
not
was
know
a-
English at all.
of
Oh
ISIS.
no, come on. You asked Teddy the same question. Amr read it out to you. I even just read it as well. It's
Are you
in the
lying?
article. It's in plain English.
Why are you lying?
I love how you're saying,
Read it
why
out.
are you lying when you can't even read
Read
English?
it.
So you're illiterate now. You're illiterate. Okay,
he's
that's
not.
fine.
So he isn't.
So now I'm going to ask you something. I'm now going to ask you
No.
something. If someone
Okay.
funds
I asked you.
a terrorist organization, are they now a terrorist?
Say that.
Just a yes or no
Say
question.
it again.
If someone funds a terrorist organization, are they not a terrorist themselves?
So, which is the terrorist organization you're talking about?
Any terrorist organization.
Okay, so you don't really know the answer?
No,
So does
I'm
it-
telling you,
so
any
you
terrorist
said-
organization.
I got you.
Why is it so
So
hard
you
for you
said-
to understand
No, easy. You said
Why is it so hard for you to
he's in
condemn?
ISIS. So which
Normal.
media?
Normal, answer the question.
Any, which
Any
media
terrorist
says that he's
organization
in
in the world,
ISIS?
if you fund them, or don't
Do you want
them
to change the statement? Would you like to change the
normal, if
statement?
you fund any terrorist
Okay.
organization, does not make you
All
a
right,
terrorist.
let me make it so simple
You
for you.
still
Is
don't condemn
Abu
terrorism.
Shabab
I
in
love how the
ISIS?
fact that you still can't condemn terrorism, and then you're saying, oh, you condemn
I
terrorism.
already
but you
did.
don't.
That was my
I
first
am
question. Was
asking
condemning
you a
terrorism.
direct pointed question.
I condemn terrorism.
Should
Is
you
Abu Shabab
not
in terrorism?
should you not condemn terrorism? You're a terrorist yourself. You
I
understand?
condemn terrorism. Is Abu Shabab in ISIS?
Okay, so tell me this, right? is what do you say? If you condemn terrorism,
No, now I ask you a question. You asked me, and now I ask you. Is Abu Shabaab an ISIS? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, show me.
It's in the
Show me.
motherfucker. It's in the article.
Show me,
I read it out to you. I read
Show
it.
me. The article
I don't understand why you bring this terrorist
I'll
stuff
quote
up.
the article. The article says that Avigdor Lieberman.
Thank you. Sit in the audience like a good boy you are, or leave. You know, it's good. That's enough.
I love this circular reasoning.
It killed my brain cells. Every time I talk to him, it kills my brain cells. Not a genuine person to have a conversation with.
At least, the two other Anon accounts left. After he started saying that
One
he
is
doesn't really
Steinhardt. One is Steinhardt in the audience. That's probably a non-account. I think he came with his real account because he wants to start typing in the chat. He's a keyboard warrior. By the way, Edward, the ceasefire ain't gonna happen. Oh, Randy wants to come up. Randy, do you support ISIS? Let's talk to Randy. Do you support ISIS? Netanyahu giving weapons to ISIS, Randy? It's in the article from Times of Israel. Randy, you're on mute.
Yes. What is the question?
So look at the article in the chat I posted from Times of Israel. It says Netanyahu gave weapons to ISIS, the Islamic State people. Do you support that, Abu Shabaab? Abu Shabaab is.
And I just posted. I posted it on CNN too.
Inside Gaza. Inside Gaza.
Inside where?
Inside Gaza.
I don't know much about it. I mean, I'm glad he did it in Syria. He sent the Assad regime back to Moscow where they belong.
No, but I'm talking about Gaza. That's stealing the aid from the Palestinians.
Be like a whole neighborhood. Assad is in Moscow now.
We're talking
Randy,
about
we're not talking about
Gaza.
Syria. We're talking
Khamenei
about
is going to
Gaza.
be in Moscow.
Randy,
Khamenei is going to be in Moscow.
Randy,
It's going to
can
be
you
like
stick
a
to
little
Randy.
Syria and little Iran.
Randy, did you not listen to the question? It's about Gaza. That these ISIS members are stealing fucking aid from Palestinians and selling it in black market.
Oh my God! What do they think they're Hamas? What do they think they are? Hamas?
Netanyahu giving weapons to ISIS. It's the article in the chat. Can you please read it?
Yes, I read it. And then
CNN.
the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they can kill Hamas for Israel, then I think it's okay.
We have another
It's
terrorist.
okay. All right. You just justified ISIS. Oh my God.
Don't go crazy.
So I put
You
a
support
CNN article.
Hamas? Oh my God!
I put a CNN article that talks about how Netanyahu actually went behind the back of his cabinet ministers as well to arm and support
Yeah,
this.
that's what presidents can do. That's what prime ministers do. They
No,
They don't
he's
have
not
to
supposed
notify their cabinet of everything they
No,
do.
the article
You
said
sound
he's
like
supposed to.
AOC. AOC is upset that Trump didn't tell her he was
AOC has
bombing
nothing to do
Iran.
with Gaza or Netanyahu.
I know, but they don't
This
tell
is
everybody
secret
everything.
because it was
That's how
illegal.
it is.
That's
When
why.
you're head of a government, you don't have to tell everybody everything.
But
It's like
everybody
Trump
knows.
didn't tell
But
AOC.
now everybody knows. He
Okay,
armed.
well now they know.
He
So it's
armed
all
a ISIS
nobody would be
faction
crazy.
in Gaza. Look at the CNN article. Look at the one that Tamir posted. Both of them.
Okay, but so what? This isn't the end
That's
of the
illegal.
world. That's my point.
That's illegal.
It's illegal according to the U.S. laws and Israel. It's in violation of the U.S. and Israeli laws to give weapons to fucking terrorist entities.
All right, so
Now
find the
Norm
person.
has to call the FBI on you.
Okay, yeah, you definitely. Do what you have to do, okay?
No, Norm has to. I mean, that's why he want. He's calling the FBI.
Oh my God, you
Norm,
really are
you're
into controlling other people. Now you want to control who Norm calls. I mean, what's the
Well,
matter?
is Norm? Are you going to call?
Oh, Randy, I forgot to tell you he doxed you the other day, bro.
Yeah, I know. Let's see if you can control yourself, okay?
Oh yeah, he did dox you. Did he apologize?
Yeah, I know.
Did he apologize to you? Did he apologize?
That's between him and me.
Okay,
This isn't Iran where you get to listen on everybody's
people are
conversation.
animals on this app, right? There's a lot of people.
I know. We know about the animals on this app. We know about them.
Yeah. There's people, and from the Zionist side, they're animals like Shuki
I
and
know.
whatnot, you know.
I'm not worried about a Zionist.
They know your information, Randy. So
Really
these
not worried
Zionists are
about the
crazy
Zionist.
psychopaths, you know.
But thank you for your concern. You know, Zionists don't hijack planes. Zionists don't shoot up airports. That's
What if
Palestinian.
your comments come out to the
Zionists
public?
don't-
How would that affect your?
Zionists don't shoot up the Olympics.
Zionists don't kill
kill 17,000 babies, man. 17,000 babies.
Norm is not a Palestinian. I'm not worried about him, okay?
Zionists don't kill 17,000 babies, right?
Yeah, I know. Hamas kidnaps and kills
Zionists don't do
babies.
collective punishment on aid, right?
Yeah, I know. Hamas killed and kidnapped 1,250 people on October 7th.
So only over 1,200 people, you're gonna kill 60,000 people. Okay.
Well, just free the hostages. You could
That's a
free
good
the
equation.
hostages any day.
What is that?
You could free the hostages today. You could free them right now. You could end the war right now and free the hostages.
No,
You would rather keep
Netanyahu
it
doesn't
going.
want them freed yet.
No, Netanyahu's not holding the hostages. Hamas is holding them. Not
So President Herzog said that hostages don't matter. Same thing, Smotrich said the same thing. It don't matter.
I'll take things that didn't happen for $2.
Smotrich is a government official. Okay, he's a finance minister.
Say hostages don't matter.
He
You don't have
did.
to twist it.
Do you
You sound like a liar.
want me to put
You
the
sound
statement
like
in the
a
chat?
big liar when you say
Do you want me to
hostages
put the
don't
article
matter.
in the chat for you,
No, I can read myself. It's okay.
Okay.
You
Do
do
you
what
wanna
you
read
want.
the ISIS one?
You keep asking for permission. You can post articles.
I'll
You don't
post
need
it in
my
the chat.
permission.
As
This
Smotrich
isn't
said,
Iran.
President
This isn't
Herzog said it.
Egypt. It's not Gaza. You post whatever you want, my friend. It's a free country. Okay? It's not Gaza over here. We're not worried about the government killing us. We're not worried about Hamas killing people for posting an article. You do what you have to do, okay? It's not Gaza.
The historical ship that was just taken down by the Yemen missiles that's never been done in world history.
I know. The Houthis are really incredible. Now, maybe they can help Iran, because Iran is like, Iran is in the shitter. Khomeini is in the basement. But the Houthis will come and help Iran. I'm very glad. The Houthis better help Iran. It's all good, bro. Anything else? Do you have any other material? Any other material for us?
And Israel was devastated by Iran's attack.
What do you think of a little Syria and a little Iran in Moscow? But next to Assad, and then after that, we gotta have a little North Korea.
You mentioned little a lot, Randy. Is there something you want to tell
I
us?
know, yeah, little. That's how little I think of you. What about a little Hezbollah? Little Hezbollah.
The West Bank wall down.
Little Hezbollah. You know what? We'll have a little West
We'll
Bank.
have a
in
little
Moscow.
Randy the Candy.
We'll
That's
put
what we'll have.
PLO there.
A little PLO and Randy the Candy.
We'll put Hamas. We'll put Qatar. We'll be like a little Middle Moscow.
To Juarez, Mexico.
I love it.
Claudia Scheinbaum run it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll move Israel to Tehran, and they'll be helping the people of Iran setting up a new government. Guys, I gotta go. I gotta go make a living. It was fun. We
No,
got
you're going to get drunk. I can
I'm
hear
sorry.
it. It's slurring your voice. You're getting drunk.
Whatever you say, my friend.
You make a living. Get out of here.
I'm going to. Shalom, okay? I'm sorry for your loss, all right? You'll be okay. You'll be okay, all right?
No,
You're
I've
gonna
been
learn
okay,
Hebrew. You're gonna be all right with this. It's gonna be good for you. In the long run, it'll be good for you. You're gonna let go of your
intellect. That's
You're gonna let go. You'll be able to move on.
You're not using intellect to
Palestinian children will be able to move on. They won't be hostages anymore. Good luck, my friend, all right? Shalom. Bye-bye.
That's what you call making a living. That was fun.
Guys, I just have to fucking apologize for all that.
One of the words I was thinking of.
Like, I'm so disappointed in my fucking country because people like that fucking exist. They just feel, they're so bloodthirsty, that they don't even.
Sorry, I got a call.
I think it's more immature than anything.
Yeah.
It's ignorance.
So, I put two articles in the chat. I wanted this idiot to read it.
No, he wasn't reading it. He was too drunk, Amir.
He's drunk all the time.
Yeah, I know. He said, I'm going to go make a living. I said that you're not using your intellect. I know that because you're already drunk. So I don't know why he's. If you're getting drunk in the evening and then saying you're going to make a living, I don't know. Maybe he's a call girl. Randy the Candy.
16 artists, 16 shares. The reason why he gave them the shares was he was using their star power for leverage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says PR and cultural power. Not only did they get those shares, they got higher payouts for their streamed music. So Tidal was giving them more money than other platforms. Those particular 16 artists. So pretty much, he gave them a sweet ass.
Also, when you look him up with his full name, you come across stuff, the cat musician and a whole bunch of other shit.
That's a weird one. I mean,
That is a first.
Does he write songs and sing them? Does he sing? I can't imagine.
Yeah, he does. He sings as well. I think he was I don't know, as a singer as well, but it's all low life, you know. Like he's not that famous. Just because you have a page, it doesn't make you that famous. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're just singing about cats all day, that just makes you a guy that just likes cats. I don't know.
Yeah. Even without AI, with AI, they could do it for you. I wonder how many. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin.
Anyways, I got a call. Otherwise, I would have told them some certain things to read up the.
Welcome back to another episode of Super Stupid Hypnosis of people wasting all their time being political and super stupid. That's right, it's the Flat Earth Gang.
Doc, do you support Netanyahu giving weapons to ISIS?
No, I support you because I was in a room when they were talking about you in another room. And I was sticking up for you, and they kicked me out.
Welcome back to another episode of Clown House, where super stupid people talk about super stupid stuff and waste all their fucking time in the Flat Earth Gang house. Oh, Holocaust was a hoax? Oh, fucking World War II didn't happen, huh? I guess you ain't got the books. I don't know, I got a big collection by Time Warner. You should probably open up those books again instead of coming out here and being a fucking retard and super stupid. This is another episode of the Flat Earth Gang with Lionel, a rainbow watermelon stupid fuck who wastes all his time fucking with you all. And then you all create a bunch of other super stupid hypnosis to contribute to the super stupid hypnosis buffet of stupidity that you all persist in. Go open a book and enjoy your day. Farewell. Back to your imagination hypnosis superpowers. Bye bye. I am complete.
But Doc, who was the moderator? Who was saying shit about
Welcome back to Super Stupid Hypnosis, starring you. You're gonna waste all your time and not read a book and say, you know what, I'm pretty stupid. I realized I don't know a whole lot, so now I realize these things called books instead of other people on this app, which are super stupid. Let's all raise our IQ together and open a book today. Bing, 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 bing. Welcome back to the Flat Earth Gang, where more stupidity will persist. They will never stop being stupid because they don't know how to shut up and open a book. Hey everybody, welcome back to Stupid People Room with lots of super stupid hypnosis that will never end until you end, and that means stop listening to all this.
Walaikum assalam.
Walaikum.
Walaikum salam. So we're now 2 for 2 for people condoning terrorism.
Hey, Shaku Maku is Ibrahim.
What now?
I'm done.
Welcome back to Super Stupid Hypnosis in the imaginary.
I have no idea.
People calling me Fawad. Hello, Chucky is Ibrahim. I think it's not Chucky. This your name.
Anyways, we're now 2 for 2 for people condoning terrorism in this room and then us shitting on. Great.
Yep. So this is the mind of the terrorist, right? What do we do? And Edward, did you hear about the ceasefire? He left silently, Netanyahu. That's what the article said. He left Trump White House silently, without any commitment or ceasefire. Like, what do we do about that?
And also, they didn't let him go through the main doors when he arrived. They made him use the staff entrance. That's what was reported in Israel.
Is this on his court case?
No. Him being here in the U.S. He was here for 4 days.
He was here in the U.S.?
Yeah. Shit. Yeah. So he, I think there's a very high likelihood that the ceasefire will happen soon. I think he has to go back and basically give the agreement to his cabinet. And I think he needs one now too.
Well, he told him, he was telling, according to Times of Israel, he was telling his people that Hamas is going to decide which hostage is going to be released. So that's not a good news. That's gonna piss off Israel.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's going. Hamas is going to decide which hostages to release.
Yep.
So that means they're at the stage of deciding which hostages.
Dude, at this point, I want to say the same thing about Rafah. We're just going to let certain people who want to live in Rafah.
What?
Well, I mean, if you want to like hold our hostages, why don't we just, drop bombs?
You're not Israeli yet, Doc. You're not Israeli.
We're
not Israelis. We don't want to hold any hostages.
Sure about that. Are you sure about that?
Doc, are you Israeli? Do you have Israeli passport? No?
No, I'm just a Zion.
Look, if America was to go against war with Israel, what side would you stand by? For America or fucking Israel?
I mean, there's 6 million, Israelis in Israel, in that area. And then you have 5 million and a half in America. You're only talking about 10 million people. I would send the Puerto Ricans against you.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Doc. If America was to go to war with with Israel, what side would you be fighting for? American side or Israeli side? You're not Israeli. You don't have Israeli passport. You have American passport. You have served in the military. I know you're suffering from PTSD. Would you serve in the American army against the enemy of the state? The enemy of the state would be Israel.
Anybody that wants to hurt my Constitution, of course.
There you go. So you're going to be fighting for American side, right? You're not going to be booty clapping for Israel.
I think
there's only 11 or 12,000.
We don't care what the number is. Doc, we don't give
only 11 or 12 million Jews in the whole world.
Hold on. We don't care how many Jews are there. If you're an American, if you're a true patriot, and which you are, I believe, right? You've served in the military, you would be fighting for American side. You won't be fighting for fucking disgusting Israeli side because Israel will become a
12 million people fighting 350 million American people. What the fuck are you talking about?
So if an enemy becomes if it becomes an enemy of the state, if Israel becomes an enemy of America.
If a mosquito bites you on your leg, do you slap it?
Okay, Doc, with that same questioning, if Iran and America went to war with each other, who would you support, Iran or America?
You already answered, yo. You already said you'd fight for America.
No, he
didn't bring up populations.
He kept on talking about population.
No, he said if they threaten the Constitution, and that's a really powerful statement. I agree with that statement.
Yeah, I agree with that statement too. But the thing is that notice how we're not talking about Iran's population when trying to bring up that statement.
Yeah, but the Ayatollah is just the Ayatollah. I have many friends that are in the IRD, the Iraqi, Iranian National Guard, and then I've studied Zoroastrianism from 1,500 years before Jesus was born, and it's a religion that's older than in the Parsi philosophy.
We're not talking about religion,
Xerxes.
You have to.
We're not talking about religion.
We're not talking about religion.
Culture. That religion is culture.
Focus on the question. I know you're drunk right now. Focus on the motherfucking question. The question is, if America was to go to war with Iran, what side would you be taking? American side, correct? There's 90 million Iranians, right? Versus you have 300 million.
Yes.
Okay, same thing for Israel. Okay? You'd be fighting for American side. Because you're an American passport holder.
Yes.
And if they're... Yes, sir, that's it. That's a simple fucking answer. Yes. I don't know how hard it is to say this.
I've already said, you come against my Constitution, I will kill you. I don't give a fuck. There's 193 countries in this world. If you're 192 of these motherfuckers that want to take my Constitution down, bitch, I will kill you.
Okay, that's fine. So, now, notice that we're not talking about population density and what religions they are or whatever. If you're just against America, you would kill them. That's a completely fine statement to say. That's all we wanted out of you.
How are you,
You support Israel if you say that anybody that goes up against your constitution, you kill. You have no freedom of speech. You can't go up and talk about Israel. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You want me to talk about Israel?
No, I don't want you to talk shit about Israel.
Now. I'm an American. I have freedom of speech. I could say,
no, you don't have
fuck those fucking like bullshits.
Go. You can say anything you want, but when it comes to Israel, you can't talk shit. You have no freedom.
I'm actually retired. I don't have a job. You can't cancel me. And I'll tell you, suck my dick. You fucking like it. You know how many Jews you can put in a VW bug?
You will still get locked up.
It's 10,000. You put 2 in the front, 2 in the back. 9,996 in the ashtray.
They will still lock you up.
It's like 7:13 on the East Coast. Like, where are you that you're so drunk, bro?
Dude, you think that me being coherent is me being drunk? That's you being incoherent.
What?
You might need a drink.
No, I don't drink.
Anyway, so Smotrich and the Herzog, they both said it. Hostages don't matter. We're gonna keep on doing what we're doing. One said we lost focus on hostages, which means focus don't matter. The other one said, in spite of the hostages, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. I put the articles in the chat for you guys from Times of Israel, and it's disgusting. We had this idiot called Momo in here. He's like, release the hostages. Even if the house releases the hostages,
Welcome back to another
genociding
exciting
people. They don't
episode
give
of
two
People
fucks.
Learning English
Same thing
on
with
the
the,
Clubhouse app known as Clubhouse. That's right,
yeah,
a
Trump
complete
just
and
approved a
total
$30
list
million
of
plan.
reading any book that you can find in the
gives them a
library
free
will be
green
more
light.
high-value information,
9.4
communication,
trillion,
but
but thanks
people
again.
come here for the dopamine.
9.4 trillion on what? What are we talking about? What are you talking about?
The big beautiful bill was 9.4 trillion.
Okay. A big beautiful. You support big beautiful bill?
Dude, it's law since a week ago.
Do you support it?
Yes, because it's constitutional law.
Okay. Taking away funding from the poor people, is it okay? Taking away the funding from Medicare and the health sector, you support
Well,
it?
I mean, it
Dude, now I just know you're an idiot. Now I just know you're an idiot. Because no way, as a
what in the healthcare are you referring to?
Dude, just give it a second, right? Like,
Shut up, bro. I don't
you
want to
are
like
so
usurp with you,
disingenuous.
dude.
You are so
Like,
disingenuous. This big beautiful
what
bill.
in the medical healthcare are you referring
Hey,
to?
listen, pipe down,
when
buddy.
people are
Pipe
getting
down,
dropped
pipe
off of
down.
Medicaid.
Pipe down. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because 14 to 17 million people are going to lose their health care. Just for what? Just to subsidize taxes for the 1%.
Are they Americans? Are they
What does that have
Americans?
to do with anything? Because if you cared about
because
Americans, you would
they're not
understand.
Americans.
If you cared about Americans, you would understand that a large subsection of this country, right, will now have to watch out if they have an injury at work.
Dude, in 2024, they spent $3 billion on veterans.
If somebody breaks their ankle in this country,
2024,
it
they
might
spent
bankrupt
$66
them.
billion on illegal immigrants. Why are we
what the
taking
fuck
care of
are you
illegal
talking
immigrants
about?
before
What
we're
the
taking
fuck are
care
you
of
talking about?
people that fought for our country? You're a pussy, dude. Shut the fuck up.
You don't have any understanding about this, dude. I live in LA. You know what law enforcement and the fucking Marines, the armed service are doing? They're coming into MacArthur Park, right? What does that have to do with anything? If that is what you represent, I don't want anything to do with it.
Hey, Daddy, maybe I got some money.
This guy's a joke.
Calm down.
Can't argue with him. He's an alcoholic.
He's drunk. He's suffering from PTSD.
Amir, why do so many drunk people come into this room? I don't understand.
I don't know, bro. It's a therapy room. You know, people that want some therapy, brother. You know. I mean, we had Randy. He's a Zionist. Doc claims to be a Zionist. He doesn't even know what the true meaning of Zionism is.
These people don't know what they're talking about. ICE is going to be more well funded than the fucking Russian military in 2024. 150 billion for border enforcement.
So, Doc, one question: are you okay with Netanyahu giving weapons to?
Honestly, I want Netanyahu to be in jail.
Okay, but are you okay with him giving weapons to ISIS?
But it's not because of like him being like the controller of Israel. It's because of what he's done as a creepy motherfucking guy.
Humanity. Yeah, let's
How's
send
your
them to
love
get
life, Yasmin? It must be pretty stale if you're hearing Congress talking again.
Still got it open. I'm
But it's
sure
not
we
just
have.
one water. Water is not just one person. It's
You
a
know
what? That's a good idea. We gotta keep an eye on them. Let's bring
Let's
them
have
to
some
alligator
walnuts and
Alcatraz.
watermelon
or bear
and feta
Alcatraz. We
cheese.
gotta keep them.
Dude, I'm down like Charlie Brown. Let's go.
Bam, bam. Worldwide.
Dude, you made me want to go outside and shoot my gun.
We have Aida here. Aida, you want to come on up? She supports.
Who in this room could shoot their own gun in their own yard? Can anybody shoot their own gun in their own yard? I want to know. Like, I'm an American. I live in Georgia, and the idea is like, I can go like 1, 2. I'm just talking to you. I can do 3, 4. And I can knock on your door. You don't. Here, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on safety, and I'm gonna say 5, 6, and make you pick up sticks. But
That sounded.
you already jumped around enough. That's a 9mm. It's a 9mm Beretta. 9mm Beretta.
What's the clip on that?
Same thing I carried when I was in Iraq, back in 2007, 8, and 9.
No, but when I was in Greece, I wanted to go to McDonald's.
Holy shit.
I was in Greece and I wanted to go to McDonald's so bad. All I wanted to do in Greece the whole time, and the Athens, no, Julian, I love you. You said you love me. We love you. Shut up, Rodney, Julian. Rodney, Julian.
Habla inglés.
Yo hablo español. Yo necesito una verde porque un estará porque verde estará.
Instances of prejudice. I did answer that. Okay, what's the answer? I said, yeah, I said there are some things that are just morally, we can't justify also, and that's just wrong that black people do. That was just the gist of his question. Can black people do certain things that are just morally wrong in the context of race?
It was like, that's like worse than the white trailer park guy.
And then you went on to say something like a black person kills a white person, right?
Just like, I don't want to like design something like just because I feel like you agreed, but just because I think Milton,
Yeah, but do you understand though, like how white men are going to like seep their way into that? I just want you to understand the games.
I think there's like, I don't know. I think sometimes like you give too much credit to like the kinds of interactions we're having on here and the kind of interlocutors that you're interacting with. Like, I don't think anyone here is that conspiratorial. But just the point is just a simple one where like there's just going to be instances where racial prejudice is going to be worse than racism, right?
And you said a situation, an example would be a black person. You know, we ain't got to say the word.
It could be a non-black.
I'm trying to understand an example where it could be
murder.
What's the context? Everything depends on context. You just give me the context.
Never. Hold on, guys. Guys, you're being so slow right now. Okay, a white guy saying black people can't go to my Arby's, he's being structurally racist. That is much less bad than a black guy murdering a bunch of white children torturing and then murdering white children because he loves the suffering of white people. Now, according to Zephyr's definition, that is not racism, that is just mere discrimination. Now, it's clearly way worse to murder and torture children for the love of their pleasure than to prevent someone to going from an Arby's. And you being unwilling to see this or hit this is a deep criticism of both your mind and your personality.
Look at how he's thirsty to get this out. Sam, of course, that's the obvious.
Yeah, that's an extreme
the thing that he was trying to you to say.
That nigga found an example where a black man kills white children. Think about this.
The zebra murders. The zebra murders.
You're being performative, Sam.
Yeah,
that's
he
an
knows.
extreme example.
He also has an agenda. He knows it.
This whole idea that black people can't be racist is so fucking, it's the ultimate gaslighting. You can use a revisionist definition if you want to. That's not what people usually mean by racism. People usually mean by racism being cruel or unfair to someone because of their race. Now, you can say, and then you can use the word structural racism to talk about structural racism, but you trying to appropriate a term that we already have, change its meaning so that you get away with being racist against white people is the ultimate Machiavellian, mysterious fucking behavior. And it's not at all okay. I'm not cool with it. Yes, every time, if you say to a white guy, fuck you, you cracker, you ugly, your skin's gonna wrinkle faster because you're fucking disgusting and you're fucking getting old faster. If you say that to a white person, you're being a racist piece of shit. Okay? It's not fucking complicated. And you being like, it's not structural. You can just call things structural racism. You can just call them that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a moment to breathe. Imitate white people or white men are in danger right now. This is insane. And got Chris. Chris is probably come up here, Chris. Just say.
But
I like talking.
But you have people that'll just call that type of racism bullying. So like that's why I don't get why it's like I don't understand why you have to get so heated about it. It's
this fucking gaslighting. It's manipulative gaslighting.
How is it gaslighting?
Because what you're doing is you're saying, I'm going to redefine a term that already had a standard usage just so I can get away with being racist against you. Okay. Baroque, imagine I said this. If you don't find this creepy, then I don't tell you. Oh, stealing against black people doesn't count as stealing? Yeah, you can call it theft, but it isn't stealing.
Right.
It's only
what people are
stealing
saying, right?
when you do it against... You actually can't steal from black people, technically. That is a creepy thing. Obviously, a person who says that you can't technically steal from black people wants to steal from black people. That's why they're fucking making a fuss about it. That's obvious.
People do this shit all the time, though. This isn't some like exclusive thing. Like one, ironically, you're like some anti-prescriptivist, so I mean, like technically they can define things however the fuck they want. But then two, like people make up all these kind of caveats. I'm not gonna say the obvious because obviously you asked not to talk about it, but like there's people that define things like that, or indigeneity, heritage, whatever. Like they make there's reasons why we shouldn't just interpret this thing the obvious way. Oh, this is a colonization because of like it inserts some random fact. Like,
Himothy, quick question. Racism this is even because most people define these things, right? They have people like Sam act like they're people in academia who take years in their lifetime studying and understanding this, and he thinks that they're just saying what he just said. That is insane. Even if you go to a Wikipedia definition, which is horrible, right? Racism is the belief that groups of humans possess different behavioral traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on superiority of one race or ethnicity over another. Who is the culture of people always trying to inform their superiority? In society, everyone knows this. Like, I think it's kind of bad faith when people say we don't know what it means. When people are just when people are saying that group is racist, that's bad faith. I think people know generally who is the people who are trying to always enforce their superiority over others people. Like, let's just be honest.
Look, I'm not saying it's like inconsistent. Like the idea you have about the guy in the trailer park, basically like echoing the sentiment or endorsing, or
those were the dudes lynching.
No, I think today, like a contemporary guy. Like, let's just say that we stipulate he doesn't do any of that shit. He's just a guy that uses racial epithets and slurs and tropes and whatever about black people to their faces and about them, and these are the beliefs he holds. It's like the idea you have is that it may be true that in terms of within the bubble he lives in, he never significantly contributes to upholding this system of racism, but nevertheless he's racist.
Wait, you just said he's upholding the system by spewing his racial superiority, right?
But I'm saying in the bubble he lives in, like he never leaves the trailer park, and like as a consequence, no one.
Well, it can be local. You're still reinforcing.
I can stipulate a whole bunch of shit, which basically just means like if he's racist, it's because he just shares like there is a what's another word for like isomorphism? Like there's just like a
difference.
What he believes is like what he believes and spouts is identical to like the actual structure. Okay, so that's it. That's the reason he's a racist and he's not racist.
Right.
But in a way, it's like he's not. Like we can just kind of stipulate a way that he actually doesn't contribute to it. Like he's a symptom of it. He's not in fact contributing.
And how isn't he contributing to it? Can you show me that? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, like he's a guy that lives in complete isolation. He has all these beliefs about black people. He says these things and no one hears him. Obviously, we'd call him a racist.
You said he's doing it in his local community, right?
No, I'm saying he lives in a trailer.
You think he's isolated? Racism has no impact. That's what you're creating. A hypothetical.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Or he's isolated with no.
Stipulate.
So it's just like dudes in Greenland, right? Let's just do a dude in Greenland to be in the middle of nowhere and they're racist.
No, I like America. I like a guy.
You want to do America? Okay.
Growing up around people that hasn't really expressed his views. Eventually, when his views crystallize, he's like by himself. He just lives this complete recluse life.
How does he engage? How does he engage his views? Does he vote on this? Does he like? You have to kind of give him more now.
I'm literally stipulating. The only way
just put him on Mars,
why he's racist.
Just put him on Mars.
Why we can determine he's racist is because of the beliefs he holds and the things he says to himself.
Yeah, he's reinforcing.
No, I think it's intuitive that he's a racist. And you think he's intuitive he's racist.
Yeah.
But the reason you think he's racist is because his views match basically the kind of
the status quo. It reinforces the status quo. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it doesn't reinforce it.
Is he reinforcing the status quo?
It doesn't reinforce it.
It doesn't.
In what way?
You just said that he's spewing racial content and saying that he's like basically.
But he's on Mars. There's no one around him.
How does this?
He's on Mars.
You can be on Mars and still reinforce the status quo. You may not have the direct impact. Hold on. You may not have the direct impact. I agree there, but he still has views that reinforce the world that we sit in. Is that not right? Is that not right? Can you show me where he doesn't? You're saying he still reinforces the world?
No, because I take that to mean like he's like responsible for like contributing to it. How is he?
Wait, who is he viewing black people? You're just saying he's shouting to himself?
Yeah, I said that.
I thought you said that he was saying that to a black person. Oh well, I mean.
No, initially I did, but now I'm just interested to know, like, are we just saying that the guy, who, let's say counterfactually, like, if someone was to interact with him, he would say, like, let's say another white person would say, I hate N-words, right? Would we think that kind of guy is racist? I mean, obviously we would, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'm saying, but even by your definition, even in the case where he never interacts with anyone ever, he's not, you think he's a racist, so you think he's racist, but the reason you think he's racist is because basically he just has the same.
You're just trying to. Timothy, you're just taking away the power aspect, right? That's what your goal is.
But that's trivial because now we can just we can create a continuum of like less and less and less and less power, and then we ask the question, well, what really is this? What is the kind of necessary equality in a racist? And really, it's just like
people
have the same view as.
No, we're just talking about the power imbalance. Racism also derives in our language, right? There is a form of language that we use that can kind of reinforce the status quo. When a white person says, like I just told you, you agreed to this. The moment you agree with this, when I say cracker, it does not hold the same power as a white person said.
But that's consistent with my usage.
Wait, but I'm saying at that point, that statement, just in that context, right? A white person, me and you were isolated. Let's say a person's isolated on Mars, and a white person is saying,
shut up, nigger. And then a black person just saying, oh, this cracker here, this cracker don't know what he's talking about, you know?
Yeah, but
Wouldn't you agree that, no, I got you. Wouldn't you agree that they're still enforcing a racial power system? Because there's still a power system at play.
I mean, I think it's very flavor with like context, historical context. So like, I think, you know,
right.
And the historical context just does actually.
That's what gives it power, though, right, Timothy? That's what gives it power.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm just to be clear. I'm not like, insane. How are you defining this word? It's like, whatever. I don't use the word the way you use it. I think it's like far more cumbersome, you know, to use it like that. And just to be clear, there's obviously alternatives to actually kind of the standard usage that can clearly account for that. Like 10 minus 3 is, you know, 10 minus 3 and 3 minus 10 are both instances of performing subtraction.
Yeah, but do you have a term that sociologists use? Because they're the ones that kind of study race relations.
I don't know that.
They just call it racism, right?
No, I'm not. Just to be clear, I'm not necessarily. What you're really talking about is like a conceptual analysis of the term, and I don't agree with that analysis in terms of like, it's not to say it's wrong.
No, I know that you don't agree with it. That's why I get that. Yeah, it's clear.
I'm saying it's not just. It's not that when I say don't agree, it's not like it's wrong necessarily. It's that's not how I think it's like the easy, like, you know, I don't think it's like the easiest way to use the term kind of thing. That's my understanding. It's like I can account for everything you can account for. I can say cracker's worse than the N-word. Not as bad as the N-word, brother.
Yeah, I get you. Hey, Timothy, quick question. So you would say under your worldview, black people can be racist?
Can be, of course.
Okay. Are black people racist then? Because there are historical examples. So I would say, let's say, there was groups of people in South Africa who were keeping white people out. They did not want white people to come in their land. I can find a specific group, but just work with the idea. They literally came at them with spears and knives and stuff.
No, but I think
were they being racist? I'm just asking.
No, but I think that's what I'm saying. I think there's like context that makes like I use violence as an example, where it's like violence generally speaking has a negative connotation, but there can be some violence that's considered good, right? So like, you know, self-defense, defending.
Yeah, are you saying that was good racism? I get you. Are you just saying that?
No. Look, what I'm saying is you can explain it. Like, there's more of a justification if it's like some kind of revanchism, or if it's some kind of like reaction to something. Like, yeah, I think there is far more mitigation. I think
don't you think it's made in most contexts?
Listen to my point though.
Yeah.
No, I think ultimately it's always going to be bad if you don't seek or pursue a diplomatic resolution. I just always think like violence as revenge. Like, if what's actually happening is like there is a group of white people that have like commandeered or requested or something or stolen land, and you mean to take it back, then I don't even really take that to be quote unquote racist, because I'm not killing you because you're white. I'm killing you because you're one of the people that stole my land. You're one of the criminals.
Right.
So that's to me that's not actually racism. If it's like some Idi Amin type stuff, or if it's like, or the best example would probably be something like Rwanda. That's just racism. If you're on the radio station calling a different ethnic group cockroaches just because of their ethnic membership, I mean, I just think that's racism, to be honest. I don't know.
I'm not familiar with it. Were they doing it to white people? Because other
in Rwanda.
He's talking about the conflict that was more ethnic between the. Am I wrong by saying Hutus and Tutsis?
Yeah, the Hutus killed the Tutsis. Yeah,
that would have been more
white people, right? It wasn't white people, right?
Well,
you'll notice that the Tutsis were richer and had more structural power than the Hutus.
Well, it's not only economic. Y'all be trying to do this economic reductionist ideal. Trying to pull out poor people, trying to pull out people who aren't. That does not establish like a form of a system that's mainly psychological and cultural and all these other aspects, spiritual.
Like, weren't they propped up by the Europeans, and that's why the other Africans were like the Belgians, when they left, they gave the keys to these bitch ass motherfuckers, and I'm just saying.
Yeah, they looked more European. That's partially why.
Racism is stupid. I did want to ask you a question though, Zephyr. Yeah, we have. Damn, let me not. Fuck. No, we have.
Lady, you sound familiar, bro.
You sound, man, my name, I don't know, bro. Here's all I'm gonna ask you, dog. Like, so, would you say, because it seems like you're saying, if I'm wrong, correct me, that there has to be a power
or an ability to impact other people's lives in order for an individual to be racist, you're also saying culture is, it has to be systemic. And you're saying, like, since culture is systemic, and if you're part of a culture that perpetuates racism, you don't have to be a business owner to be reinforcing systemic racism, right? Yep. That's basically what you're saying. So here's my question right now. Suppose, Hebrew Israelites are like, what, definitely, I want to say less than 2% of the black people. Black people laugh at them and shit. We laugh at them, we don't fucking take them seriously. You motherfuckers are not Jewish, right? But some of them do straight up spew anti-Semitic rhetoric that I would consider racist. Like, would you say that they're not racist?
I would say they are bigots, yes. I don't know if it's best to say racist as a term, especially when you're talking in context of black people. I know right now we don't preach that we should be more careful with certain groups, and I think we should. I think right now the progress is getting slowed down because of this. But yes, they are being bigots and it's wrong.
I don't understand why black people feel the need to die in this hill so much. Like, why can't they just say, oh, I'm talking about structural racism right now, not non-structural racism? Just to clarify. Usually when there's an ambiguity in language, I go, oh, I'm using this other definition, not this first definition. Like, the fact that they're so...
Two black people
want to die in
disagree
this
with
hill
you.
of like, oh no, you were using the term racism in a way that says that and you're using the term differently than me. Okay? It's like as if you are unable to be flexibly use other people's conceptual schemes. Like if someone says, oh, I think I'm using the term fucking causality to mean a slightly different thing than you mean by causality. You just like, you can't handle it or some shit. Like you can't handle that someone else thinks about racism differently than you and you have to fucking police it? Why?
I don't think it's a black people problem. Like literally 3 black people are talking, 2 of them disagree with Himothy, right? So it's like, I do think you have to be like either hyper online black person or like in these academic circles where you learned about it in college and you can reference it and you can reference these scholars. But like the average black person is just going to be like, oh, what, are you racist? Yeah, you're racist. But like if most black people you know are like on the internet or some shit, then like, I don't know.
I do agree though, like with Zephyr, where if you're someone that isn't very reflective, it is very attractive to appeal to this definition. Like that's why you'll find a lot of people do the prejudice plus power and have no understanding of it. Like they can't appeal to any of these sociologists or whatever because intuitively they have the idea that I try to account for, which is like, okay, cracker is far more innocuous than the N-word. So, but nevertheless, by this like just racial bigotry definition of racism, they would both be racism. But then also racism seems like this connotes some deep sort of like perversion. Okay, but I don't think it's like super perverse when you hear some black guy go, hey, crack over. And then I do think there's something far more sinister about a white person calling a black person an N-word. And because of that, they're like, well, it's just easier to categorize them differently. Because in that way, the black person's not like, because we actually probably, as a society, most of us reasonable people actually agree something far more benign is going on there in the black to white case than in the white to black case. But the reality is like, that's true if you just are the kind of person that's generally about these kinds of things, like word usages, you'll find that's true for a lot of kind of terms that have similar connotations, like, I don't know, be it violence, be it whatever. I think the mass example for me is like a really simple way of understanding it. But maybe that's just not sufficient for some people. Like maybe some people like, no, my search is going to lead me to like one of the needy Fuller or someone who's going to give me this fucking comprehensive, just systemic kind of breakdown of bigotry and discrimination, and that's what makes more sense to me. Ultimately I don't have like a massive issue with it. It's just not how I use the term, but I can understand it, I guess.
I think what I understand about it, although I do disagree. I would never say black people cannot be racist, but I think like say you got a black person and a white person in America, and they're like, we've experienced racism. Like the white person means like a black person who was an individual was mean to them, right? Like the black person, like that's what the white person means. Like a black person said some things to me, probably. Like the black person is gonna be like, obviously, since I'm the first generation in my family to be born with civil rights, we have been impacted by systemic racism for centuries up until the 1960s when our parents were born. You see what I'm saying? Where we were like filtered out of opportunities and redlined into like, that's not the same as like, it's like when most black people are talking about like racism is a problem in America, they're not talking about individuals running around doing shit, right? They're talking about like large, gigantic systems upon which the nation was founded. So it's like when, like, I guess it's almost like you're literally describing different things. Like when a person who's white says they're a victim of racism, they're not describing the same thing. And so that's why some people be like, we should have a different word.
Yeah, and really they're saying my feelings are hurt. People don't know how white fragility happens, so they be like, oh, I feel like I'm getting bullied by black people, and because black people are perceived as cool, there are some ways where a lot of white dudes who are pretty lame that kind of be like, oh my God, he's being racist, and that's kind of how they get, you know, a lot of police officers do this. They grow up to be police officers and use this type of idea.
The zebra murders were a string of racially motivated murders and related attacks committed by black serial killers from San Francisco. They killed 15 white people and wounded 8 others. Oh yeah, they hurt their feelings.
They're racist, of course. Those are racist people. I would never disagree with that. Like,
the white people just have their feelings hurt when they're in the grave.
This is insane. Now we're crying for white lives, right, Sam?
They just have their feelings hurt when they're in the grave, and when the families are mourning their deaths. Oh, they're so sad.
Sam's right about that.
White people gotta worry about.
No, I'm just legit disturbed by this whole fucking thing where you're just obviously trying to rationalize being racist against white people. It's fucking obvious. You're more concerned about quibbling over a term usage. Like if I say, fuck, this black guy was so fucking racist to me, he called me a disgusting white man. And then you're more concerned, in that moment, you're more concerned about quibbling over a term usage than being like, oh man, that fucking sucks, man, fuck that guy. Like, it's so obvious that you're just trying to minimize the racism that I
feel. Black people are some of the most respectful people. Literally, it's three black guys right now disagreeing on what we should do. So this is insane right now, Sam. I think if anybody you gotta worry about is white men. They don't take accountability, Sam. We believe in that, bro.
The lack of social awareness it takes that you would think that quibbling over a term usage would ever be relevant when someone's like, fuck man, a black guy just beat me up and he called me a cracker. And that you would ever think it's appropriate to say, oh my god, that was not racism, it's just prejudice. It's just prejudice.
Imagine you guys talking about social awareness. Oh my god.
Racist piece of shit. Let's kick his ass. Or let's hear something.
But then you're doing the same thing though. Like, if he just said like, yeah, fuck, like, clearly Zephyr, you think that's fucked up, right?
Duh, bro. Nigga, okay. I know.
If he said earlier, he literally said like, oh, yeah, obviously it's just trivially the case that the person who does worse to the other person is worse, right? Has acted more morally, sorry, that's what he said. But like, so why would you care if he said racist or didn't say racist? In the same way, like, it cuts both ways. Like, if he just said, yeah, that's fucked up, he's a piece of shit, and then later on, when like you guys sobered up or whatever, he was like, by the way, I don't think that's actually racism, but I think it's like just as bad.
Yeah, what a piece.
Why would you care?
What? That's so. Oh, but it's just as bad. Like, why are you fucking care about pressing the point? It's just
but
so.
that's what you're doing, Sam. That's what you're doing.
But let's say he never says it to you though. Just like, but then you hear him say like, oh, and he used like, you know, you hear him talking to Lisa, and when he's talking to Lisa, he says, yeah, like, oh, bro, I hate when black people are violent. They're such pieces of shit. But also, that thing that happened to Sam the other day wasn't racist, but it was just as bad. Like, why would you care? Like, why would that be a big?
Okay, the reason why I think this is why I object, because when people don't actually literally, when you say it's not X, but it is Y, but it is just as bad, the literal meaning of that, if you're autistic, people are like, oh yeah, that's fine. But people aren't literal autists, and the sort of pragmatic, contextual understanding of that is that you were trying to minimize it. So if you got robbed, and I said, well, you can't actually steal from black people. I mean, you can appropriate their stuff, which is just as bad, but you can't steal from them. Like, it's very kind of obvious to me that what's going on is trying to rationalize behavior. And if we were strict logicians, no, it wouldn't be true. But
hey Sam, isn't it more reasonable to cry for a poor person rather than a rich person sometimes in reality?
Yeah, but no one says that.
Oh, real quick.
When you steal from when I steal from a rich person, it's not doesn't count as well.
Sam, real quick. Did you say yes?
Yes,
let's be clear.
Yes, things can be differentially bad.
Okay, cool. So we do look at people who suffer under violence or victims of certain systemic issues. We do kind of lend a heart more than someone who is, maybe the oppressor. Don't you agree?
Okay, then just call.
Like, of course, if a slave master died, we can't go kill all.
Yeah, so you can say some racisms are worse than other racisms. Why is that so fucking challenging?
It is semantics, dog. Like that.
But I don't know.
Once we acknowledge it's semantics,
Well, you and
why are you still?
I already know y'all games.
No, but I gave you an example earlier, like where it is exactly the same things happening. Where it's like, hey, I'm a landowner. You know, I hold this lease to this land. It's like, oh well, I was like related to some dude who may or may not have owned land here thousands of years ago. Like, so I'm taking this. I'm gonna declare this as mine. I'm not stealing it because of some bullshit bedtime story I'm gonna tell you about like why it's owed to me. I mean, that is the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Just like, oh, one's stealing, the other's not stealing. Oh, when the British do it in South Africa, stealing. What are we doing? Not stealing. You can't just do that. That's the whole point. The whole point is like you have a theory, an analysis of what it means to steal, and then you say, here's why I don't satisfy the conditions. And they're doing the same thing when it comes to racism. They're putting forward this kind of analysis of racism and saying we don't satisfy these conditions. But it could be the case, which I hope at least you're reasonable enough to say this. I mean, Caleb's not obviously because he's a psychopath. But like, it is reasonable to say, look, if I kill every single person here, regardless of indigeneity, what I did was really, really bad. Versus someone who steals land painlessly, they stole, I didn't steal, what I did was worse, what they did is less immoral, right? Like that's ultimately what is going on here. And I'm saying, okay, it seems kind of like you're both wasting your time. If he's got a different analysis to you, you've got a different conceptual analysis to him, but you agree on which one's worse. You agree this is worse than this. Then it seems like in the relevant sense, it does, like, you know, and then in terms of
Timothy, I think you're being too nice. I think we both agree now on what it is. I just think he's trying to say that in every situation, both sides are just equally as bad. He believes, Sam, do you believe that when a black person just calls a person crack, is that equally as bad?
No, it's not as bad, obviously.
Okay.
I think it is. I would even push back on that. I mean, I feel like it's okay.
Come on, Lance.
Well, here's I'm not okay. Well, I think that like because of cultural reasons, right, in the history of America, white Americans are less likely to like feel extreme like.
I don't, but I know the second we tear down the West Bank wall, we'll be able to address all of them.
No, I'm asking you how many checkpoints
I
are there?
have no fucking idea. Too many. One is too many.
So hold on, 920 checkpoints. Okay. Now, to be able to work at those checkpoints, how are these people justifying it? Anybody in their right mind? Hey, let's say if I move from America and I go over there, I know international law says it's occupied. Even as a kid, like a 20-year-old kid, and I see it is kind of because a lot of kids are very smart nowadays. Okay, they check on their smartphone. That what is this happening? Why are just one group of people are being stopped at the checkpoint and the Israelis aren't? What's the deal? I look up the laws. I look up a whole bunch of shit on my phone. Right away, I can tell it's wrong. It's illegal. But why are these people are still serving at the checkpoints? Can you tell the room? Go on, water. It's for you. Can you tell the room why are they still serving at the checkpoints? In spite of knowing the law, in spite of knowing what's happening over there at the checkpoints, more than 60 babies have been delivered. 60 mothers have delivered babies at the checkpoint, and the waiting period is 1 to 5 or 6 hours, sometimes 8 hours at each checkpoint. We have a Palestinian that comes in here that actually lives in the West Bank. He told us that. And we have another one. We have quite a few of them that come into this room. My question again to you is why is it okay in anybody in their right mind to serve at these checkpoints? 920 checkpoints. Can you tell the room, is it normal? Is it a normal thing to stop only Palestinians, not Israelis? Okay, so that's what I was saying. That's the majority of the people, they agree, they have this mentality. It's, whether they indoctrinated or not, anybody in their right effing mind would be questioning everything. That why am I at the checkpoint stopping only the Palestinians? Why am I doing this to the Palestinians? Why is it justified to shoot and kill a kid that just threw a rock on occupied land that we have occupied? Why is it no? And this is the problem. It has. So it's writing communities, writing. It's not just the fucking leaders. You keep saying it's Netanyahu. It's not the Netanyahu. It's the whole freaking Zion entity. And this is the problem. They can coexist like they did before. But, at this current moment, I don't know. And the solution is remove the occupation, let them live, let them live their own life. They don't want to live with these disgusting terrorist Israelis. They justify everything. They had a right to that protest.
His views, his goals, feelings, preferences, beliefs. So it very annoys me. It does just feel like gaslighting. If you want to understand my feelings on this, it's just, imagine I said, stealing from black people doesn't count as stealing. It's called property confiscation, which is just as bad as stealing. Yeah, it's just as bad as stealing. It's property confiscation. It's just as bad.
For gaslighting right now?
It is, yeah, what I think you're doing is gaslighting, yes.
Do you think white people are going through gaslighting right now?
Correct. Yes.
They are.
Correct.
So we're gaslighting white people?
It's very manipulative.
He said it's gaslighting. Consider the following, though. I think here's an argument for why Sam is right. Because I feel like so the seeds of racism are all equally nefarious. Maybe I'm saying, bruh, and feel free to get me right on another time. If you feel like I'm tripping, we can talk some more. But I'm just saying, the seeds of racism are equally nefarious. If you were to foster racism within particular communities, but we're not even allowed to identify it as racism, then you can allow the problem to grow or build, right? So I do feel like all racism should be called out, right? Because when we act like his racism isn't racism, I'm not saying that you're making it okay, but I am saying that, it's fucking racism. You know what I mean? And the potential that it has to cause harm in the world is just as real. So I think that we do, I'm saying that's the good argument for actually calling all racism is
hey, I don't know how to say your name right now. I'm sorry. I do smoke. I be chilling and shit sometimes. But Sam, have you ever been worried for your life under any type of like us? When a police officer is close to us or about to pull us over, a lot of black people tend to stress. Do you get like that, Sam?
Well, I got a gun pulled to my head by a cop. I've had black people threaten to hurt me and threaten to fight me physically.
Fight you at the park or something?
Okay, so here, are you asking about black on white violence against me, or are you talking about just any?
I'm asking in relationship to the state. Have you ever?
Yeah, I have had police officers pull. I've had police officers pull guns on me. Yes.
Okay. Other than that extreme, because that's an extreme scenario. Have you just casually, whenever you're by the police, how do you feel? Are you nervous?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I do get kind of nervous, but I do try to do little tricks on them a little bit. So here's a little trick that I have. I try to ask them for advice on to where to if I'm walking past a cop, I'll often be like, hey, do you know where the nearest bar is or whatever? Just so that now they're in the frame of I'm helping this guy, rather in the frame of I'm gonna fuck. It's really hard to give someone advice on how to get somewhere and then arrest them. That's a very psychologically difficult thing to do. So I do little things like that. I'm not really scared.
See, a lot of folks with my background, they don't even want to talk to them. A lot of them won't even look them in the eye. You get it?
Yeah, but if you did my strategy, you'd probably be safer. I'm serious.
Okay.
No, just try it sometime. If you think you might get arrested for some shit, and you just go up to a cop and be like, hey, I'm looking for the
It may be a good psychological anchor. That may be fair, but I don't think that we're going to see drastic changes.
No, I'm not saying it's going to fucking change it. I'm just saying in your own personal life, just remember this pro tip that Sammy taught you is all I'm trying to say. But when it comes to black on white violence, here's ways black people have hurt me. I was walking down the street. I was on my bike. I was walking my bike next to a black guy, and I wasn't looking at him in any weird way. We were walking together, and I was just looking. I was looking at him, but not staring him down. Just in the sense that you could look at anything. And then he was like, "The fuck you looking at?" He starts taking off his shirt and fucking me, and I was like, "The fuck is wrong with you?" And I rode off my bike. I was on a subway.
How do you know he wasn't on drugs?
He might have been.
Yeah, that sounds like you encountered like a crazy person who happens to be black. But I think like for instance, I think like when black, okay, cause like for instance, I think like what just happened was probably not racism, because if I was to describe, and this will always happen, if any white person has ever done anything that's racist to a black person, if he didn't say the N-word, how do you know it was racism? Right? So it's not, you can't just be like, a black person did a thing. But I'm going to be real with you, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure that like, perhaps you have other experiences, right? That like, because I could be like, these white guys beat me up. Well, how do you know it was racist? How do you know what I mean, type shit. So like, I guess, so you got, I mean, I'm not saying that you've ever done that, but I'm saying like, if you have ever done that, then you should be consistent. I don't know if you have done that. My thing is,
Oh, go ahead. My apologies.
Like not in theory, that there are.
I guess like,
but the point of that
when it comes to like police interaction, one other thought that I had is like, if you're, I think so black people, I've had the police call on me for no reason. I've had the police call on me for showing up to work at the job that I work at, and another person who worked there didn't think I worked there and called the police, right? Now, when the police arrived, now, and they came up, talked to me, I told them I worked there, I showed them what I was doing, they were like, fuck that, he can't possibly work here. Call the police. So it's like, now here's where this shit gets creepy. When they arrive, they never assume they're arriving for no reason.
You don't think that lithium does or Homeland something? You don't think that the heavy psych drugs don't have long-lasting
effects? Make you explain yourself and run you through the shit. So it's like you can't, but it's not because they're racist, it's because they were called to a scene. I don't know if that makes. I don't know. I'm not saying that in this case.
I mean, it could be both, but that's fair. That's fair.
So at that point, told something, however, like the cool saying like, "Oh, this person doing this," and then the police were like, "Okay." But they could have got false information.
Well, yeah, like in this case they did. So like when you see like a myriad like videos on the internet of like black people barbecuing or whatever, then the police show up. It's like what? Yeah, I mean now we have to convince them we're not criminals and shit.
Hey, Sam. Sam, are you by your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now.
Sam, are you more scared of a black man or the police?
Depends so much on context.
I'm scared of Americans.
Like,
I agree with that.
Like,
I'm scared of every fucking American. You people are nuts.
No, like I've been arrested by cops in America. I've been arrested by cops for stupid reasons, but I've also been like bothered by black people for stupid reasons. Like, it just depends on what they're wearing, how they're acting, what the context I'm in.
Gotcha.
Like, if I'm in a fucking Starbucks and there's a fucking black guy opening ordering a mocha frappuccino, there's no fucking way I'm gonna be in any way nervous about it. But like, here's the thing that happened to me. I was walking down the street in New York, a black guy fucking bumps into me and then throws his wine bottle on the ground. And then he's like, "You made me drop my fucking wine bottle, you gotta fucking pay for that." And then I was like, "What?" And then I was just like, first off, was there even wine in there? And he was like, "Fuck," and I like, because I kind of knew it was a scam, you know what I mean? So I was just like, first off, I don't think I made you drop that. I think you dropped it, like, on purpose. And also, I don't think there's wine in there. And then he got really aggressive, and I had to fucking hightail out of there, like, pretty quick, because it was getting it was a really fucking sketchy situation. Now, that happens very rarely, but also getting bothered by the cops maybe is also very rare.
My grandfather taken to precincts where they threatened to like, well, I think that perhaps to an individual, it's like, okay, and this is all real facts, the police have taken my grandfather, threatened to hang him, they've taken my uncle into the middle of nowhere, beat him up when he was like 12 for the crimes they said he would commit in the future. My father duct tape over his mouth while they searched his car for no reason. I had the police called on me for no reason at work, right? And had fucked up police interactions on multiple occasions. So it's like, if it happens enough to where everybody in your family can say some shit like this has happened to me, then yeah, you move looking like, bro, when the police are involved, anything could happen. You know what I mean? Like, if it's happened to everyone in your family, it's like, okay.
But what leaves a bad taste in my mouth is kind of like the oppression Olympics stuff, right? Where, like, it's like, you know, we can make excuses somewhat for, like, BHI people, Black Hebrew Israelite people, because like it's okay that they're like rejecting like Jewish identities or whatever, because like you know they're super oppressed, right? And like maybe the Jewish people are only like super oppressed, right? And it's like that type of thing just is like a silly game to play, right? So like that's why I think like along with what Timothy was saying, like it's like a perfectly okay thing, right? It's probably actually like a more like accurate thing to realize that like everyone can be prejudiced / racist, right? And if you're prejudiced just based on like the other person's quote unquote racial features, right? Then like you're racist. That's it.
Hey, real quick. Timothy, are you by your mic? Yeah, Timothy, are you by your mic? Hey, real quick, can you tell me who said it was okay for Hebrew Israelites to adopt and tell Jewish people that they're not Jewish? Can you tell me?
We've already shit on the Hebrew Israelites. We already shit on them before you got.
You said it wasn't appropriation earlier.
Who said it was? No, who said it was okay?
No one said it was okay. You said it wasn't.
No one said that.
Yeah, Timothy, I
was asking you, Timothy, because he was kind of in the middle of it, and he kind of heard when he was asking hypothetical questions. No one said that, Millis. No one said it was okay. I'm trying to figure out why he said that.
Yo, Timothy, I want to try out a new tactic. Can you role play with me? Can you be a guy that pretends that black people can't be racist against white people? Can you do that, bro?
Go.
Alright, so, this black guy threatened to hurt me. He called me a cracker. He's such a racist. You gotta say it. Like,
oh, sorry, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, he's an evil piece of shit, Sam, but I don't think that's like an instance of racism.
Wait, you don't think black people can be a racist?
No, I think it's like prejudice plus power, and I don't think
okay, this isn't working. Okay, what I wanted to get is you to say black people can be racist, and then me to say, no, you can just believe in yourself. Like, I believe you, buddy. Like, buddy, you got it, buddy. You gotta have some stick to it in this, buddy. Like, I believe in you, buddy. Like, don't doubt yourself. Sorry, that was so
it's like no, prejudice plus power is like an instance of like the racism of low expectations. It's like black people ain't good enough. Yeah, like you know what? White people should own that shit. But you can't be racist. You don't have the minerals to be racist. You don't have the imagination to be racist.
Hey, Sam is laughing hard. Unfortunately, the world agrees that you must have power, and power comes in culture and through language.
The world does not agree to that.
Can you show me what the world agrees on? Because I think if the world agrees,
you're the one that has that different language. The fact that you have to correct everyone's language all the time is evidence that we are the default way of language is you.
That's not true. Sam, I just looked at the definition that sociologists agree on in academia. Here, give me 1 second. I can give you the institution.
To be fair, that's
I wouldn't say the world. To be fair, I wouldn't say the world. I was kind of being absurd.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't seem like we're engaging in Oppression Olympics by bringing up our own experiences. I think that if anything, we're just acknowledging like different nuances. I don't think here that anyone is like, fuck the Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites. Like, you know what I mean? They're fake as shit. They're fucking embarrassment. They're less than like 2% of the population. I don't think anyone here would ever encourage that. And most of us in the room don't even agree with Zephyr. So it's like,
Agreed. And I'm a Booker T type nigga, so I ain't gonna really care about the Oppression Olympics shit. I believe in self-determination, bro.
I do think like I'm sympathetic to what Zephyr's saying. I just don't agree with him because it's like what we're talking about is like language usage, and I just think it's like way too it's like elaborate or not elaborate. What's the one I'm looking for? It's just like too clunky. An analysis of a term to just be like, constantly here's the patch, here I have to tag this onto that. That just seems difficult to me, where basically it almost seems more reasonable if you are like a social scientist or you are like a black activist or something. It seems more reasonable because at the very least it's almost like a conversation starter, basically, where you get to acknowledge or you get to shine a light on like all of these kind of systems and institutions that disadvantage black people. It kind of does make sense for them, but if you're kind of a non-kind of activist person and you're not super political, just in terms of how the word is used, like generally agree by most people, okay, it just seems more reasonable to say, look, racism is just like racial bigotry, and it manifests in many forms, and basically any member of any ethnic group is like has the capacity for it. That seems reasonable. But like what he's talking about isn't like insane to me. Now, what is insane are the kinds of people who would answer to the question, do you think it's like racial prejudice is like just in principle less egregious than racism? Those people, yeah, I think they're like a bit unhinged, but I think people are just basically saying, no, this is a technical term and it has a technical usage.
Wait, hey, Timothy,
no, one second. Like, okay, Timothy, do you think black people, what I'm saying, do you think someone who has the power plus prejudice view can, like, think that black people can be anti-Semitic?
I think it's obviously, it's not like, it's not like a necessary condition or something. They believe that like black people can't be racist towards other groups, but I think they have a general understanding of like white. Like how racism works is white to minorities, and because of that, I don't think they think intra-minority racism counts as racism either. I think I could be wrong. Maybe Zephyr will
Yeah, a lot of times I didn't know because Semitic people tend to identify as white, so it gets misty and stuff like that. But for the most part, I didn't think Semitic people were also a race. I thought that was an ethnic. So yes, it can be like xenophobic for the most part.
No,
and xenophobia is different.
Like native-born Jews. Like, so the point is that like you might want to. Some people might think that Jews have like more power in the society than black people do generally, right? So like you might want to think that like black people can't be anti-Semitic towards Jewish people on the same like basic grounds, right? Based on the same like line of reasoning.
I think that, like, from my understanding of what they're saying, it's not like power in the kind of, like, oh, I can just identify authority, or I can identify, like, some influence, or I can identify some leverage you have. It's, are you, like, is this, the system that we live in, was it built to represent you? Clearly that's not the case for the Jews, right? Because in fact, the opposite has been true for Jews throughout history. So who does it really represent? And it's like white people. So I guess like the idea is like for a Jew who identifies as white, then yeah, of course, no, I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, but you know the state of Israel kind of makes that a little iffy.
But I think a lot of people have the belief that the reason, like, the state of Israel isn't an instance of like Jewish institutional power. It's an instance of European and white institutional power.
Wait. Sam, is Israel as a state a representation of Jewish institutional power? Sam?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, no, but that's true. But what I'm saying is like, look at Israel. The majority of Jews who live there are like basically like Arab and Iberian, and basically not like, you know, Northern European white Jews, right? It's Arabs, whatever. But the majority of people who occupy seats of power are Ashkenazi Jews. So even in Israel, what you're seeing is pretty much reflects everywhere else in the Western world, which is white Europeans have all the power. And ironically, something that's very ironic about that is the claim of indigeneity trades primarily on the people who are non-white. So the people who can literally claim
have power too,
continuity in the land, but they don't have as much power as the white ones. That's the point.
How do you tell the difference? How do you know when someone's saying they're white or not?
How do you tell the difference between white?
No, I was asking you first.
Same way. No, I'm saying like as in, you know, the reason I was just be clear, I wasn't prevaricating. I'm saying you don't ask me that question about whites and blacks, right?
I mean, because we can fairly tell the distinction, but I'm just wondering, like, how do you tell that?
No, but we also don't. No, but you don't ask me the questions about, let's say, like white Americans and Saudi Arabians. So if I'm saying they're Arab Jews, what would the difference be there?
Wait, let's look up this population number, because I don't even think it's that many of them, right? Like, let me see.
What Jews?
I think mainly it's a European.
No, the majority of Jews in Israel are like Mizrahi, like are non-Ashkenazi, if I'm not mistaken. But the majority of Jews in the Knesset and just generally in power in the IDF and everything, the majority of those are Ashkenazi, if I'm not mistaken.
It's because Ashkenazis are genetically superior.
Exactly. same way. Just the
It's
same way
just a
white
natural
people.
like playing out of their genetic superiority.
It's a high, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, damn, it's not even telling me to break down specifically.
Before we go, find some.
Well, you know, you're looking up the breakdown of the
Specific type of Jews that are dominating Israel. Because he's trying to say that they're mainly reflective of like Western powers and like being white, basically. And I'm like, there are also like a lot of dudes that believe that are indigenous, that have institutional power, that are in like, maybe, hold on, give me 1 second. And then like, how can we even make that distinction between like, how do we observe that?
There's a lot of black people in power. There was a black guy who was president. We're talking about the majority, right? That's what's like relevant.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the collective.
I'm saying there's a lot of the other ones that are in power. That's not.
You're saying the collective power of Israel is in the hands of white, basically.
Europeans, yes.
Yeah, you know what we mean when we say white. What are you talking about white, bro? European white. Yeah. So you're saying it's basically white.
Yeah. No, because obviously some people might say like this Mizrahi guy is white or whatever, this Sephardic guy is white.
Yeah, but
so I'm saying
European and white operate synonymously.
Yeah, they don't tan great.
Okay, but I mean I do believe that these people still kind of identify. Wait. Do you believe they're indigenous? That they have lineage to the indigenous?
That's kind of irrelevant. I'm just saying.
No, I was wondering. It's just a question, bro. Yes or no? Just yes or no.
The answer is yes. Like if you look at their genetics, the answer is yes.
Look, just at the same time, I don't think it's simple. We can have a whole conversation.
No. It's the reason why, because it does play into this cultural appropriation that we were talking about.
Unfortunately, that can't change my answer. Like some people are, some people aren't, obviously. And then also like indigenous in the kind of relevant sense. It's like probably in a lot of cases no. You know, like indigenous.
Okay, so do you believe they're cultural appropriating? Do you believe they're appropriating?
I think they're colonizing.
Are they? Yeah, that's a part of cultural appropriation.
Then I don't know.
Oh, so they're also doing what BHI is doing.
No, see, we can go on.
Let Timothy.
I think that lying about being Jews. I think it's true that some of their ancestors lived there, but whether or not that makes you.
But you said they were cultural appropriating. You agreed on that. You said they were colonizing and they don't really have. Like some of them do, some of them don't. You said some of them do and some of them don't.
No, I said they are colonizing. I didn't say when you.
Okay. Do they have lineage? I got you. Just to be clear, I got you. Do they have lineage from the same group of people that consider themselves Jewish?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so the Ashkenazi Jews. Wait, real quick, because then that doubles on your other point. Are the Ashkenazi Jews? They're really Jewish, right?
Yes.
Like in the
ask ChatGPT right now.
What's it gonna look up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to be clear because you bouncing, Timothy. You are bouncing.
Stop. I don't like the rabbit start thing. Like I don't mind answering any of your questions.
No, that's good.
You misrepresented me like 2 or 3 times in a row. So in response to the cultural appropriation, I answered directly with, I think they're colonizing. And then you said,
and then I asked
appropriation, and I said, okay, man, it depends what you mean by
No.
If the goal, you can just ask me straight the goal, like you don't need to sarcastically get that. If you're asking me, are Ashkenazi Jewish people
indigenous people linked to indigenous?
By that I mean related to people, descendants of people that lived in the Levant and spoke Hebrew and worshipped Yahweh and wrote the Torah. Yes. That does not mean they are indigenous in any relevant sense to me. Okay, because if you're part of some fucking nomadic tribe who stopped off in some place and said, I think we'll build a kingdom here at some arbitrary point millennia ago in history, and then you migrated out and lived all over the globe, that doesn't mean this is mine, this is my land. Okay, so that's just to be clear. When I said the indigeneity point, it isn't to say that they're not authentically Jewish. 100% they are. It's just to say that that doesn't mean you just have that you magically get a deed.
Clear that he was not saying that the Jews have the right to.
Migrated out. Yeah, they weren't kicked out by violent expulsion. They wanted to go for a hike. They just took a little walk over.
Yeah. So Himothy, just so I can be clear, I'm not trying to say that you believe they have a right to Israel, because I kind of believe that you stand against that idea. But what I was trying to be clear on was if you actually believe they're linked to the indigenous group of people. That's it.
Yeah, they're Jewish. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So it's actually is reflective that those people are Jewish. So then that kind of goes back on your first point. Your first point was that it's really just white people that are mainly reflective of the institutional power in those areas. Because I'll tell you, because you believe that those people are actually Jewish people, and Jewish people are not the same as white people in a cultural sense that we think of, right?
That's not true, number one.
Okay, go ahead. Tell you.
I was like, what
He said Europeans.
Sam, if no, but Sam, no, but like, I don't mind defending the stronger. Sam, if there's like a box and it's like, tell us your ethnicity, and it's like white, black, Hispanic or other, which one do you take?
I write in Jewish.
I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black.
And which one do you? Honestly, which one do you take?
White, obviously.
Right. So then all go. Then that's it. Then for like
Wait, real quick. Don't you think that Jewish people who are in the indigenous to it would make click white also in America? They do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, what that do? So also the people that you're talking about who are not reflective that you said in these institutional power, they're also going to pick white.
Oh, sorry, but like
you
some
get that?
of them, like some of them, like
most of them are still.
Sorry, I thought I was just using this for salmon because they are clearly white. Okay, let's add another group, which is like Arab. Yeah. Okay, there's a Yemeni.
There's
no, but the Arab is is one of the.
Yeah, but Arab identifies white. You know that, right? Out here in America.
Some do. The point is like
most of them do.
No, the point is Arab is distinct from white. Like people don't think fucking
Jewishness is distinct from white.
No, it's from fucking white supremacists mainly. Like Jewish people ultimately are an ethno-religious group that have many different phenotypes. So like there's black Jews, there is fucking Arab Jews, right? Like obviously it's not going to be the case that all Jews are the same race in the sense that we use the term, i.e. a set of phenotypic traits or like immediate heritage. Like if your dad's Lenny Kravitz, then you're not like a Jew in the same way Sam is.
I think Jewish people tend to favor each other more than anything.
That may or may not be true. The point I'm making to you is like, no, what I'm saying is, in Israel, the power structure reflects the rest of the Western world in that.
And you're saying
Western
European
people with the people with direct or more immediate ancestry within Western Europe, white people, those people are in charge.
Can you prove that claim?
What was the point about Jews favoring each other more? What was that point?
I'm sorry, you may have to say that one more time.
Yeah. So you said something like Jews favor each other more?
Yeah, I said that a lot of them may favor each other more. Yeah.
Like, why do you think that?
I take Jewish people to be people of the Middle East, and I could be wrong, but I think that a lot of y'all favor, ideally, like a lot of fair, lighter-skinned people who have beards and stuff like that favor each other more than actually being like, oh, there's this broad range of Jewish people that look barely fucking different.
I think you're trying to make them a monolith, man.
Did you know Germans actually weren't racist against Jews because Jews had structural power in Germany with like banking and like the media.
Okay, but wait,
so there was no actual racism in Nazi Germany. What it was discrimination against Jews, but it wasn't.
Also, like Zephyr, like this type of thinking about Jews is prejudice. I don't want to call it racist or anti-Semitic, but it's prejudice, right?
What kind of thinking?
Like saying Jews are more likely to favor each other over other groups.
No. I didn't say over other groups. We were saying as in Arabs. We were just talking about Arabs, and that's it. I don't think Jewish people favor each other more than other groups of people. But
dude, I think you're missing this.
Landslide, I don't understand what he's saying. Can you just so what are you saying? You said the Jews favor each other more. What does that mean?
You say landslide.
Landslide.
He means they look similar. He means they look similar. That's what he's trying to say. Which is damn near all black people look the same. All them Africans look the same.
I'm saying some of them favor each other when it comes to people in the Middle Eastern region. They favor each other. So when I say favoring, just to get specific, I mean, an example would be, who's to think of? I mean, I don't think of a fucking ideal Jew. I don't think of that shit. But I get how it can be bigotry, so I don't do all that. I get how it can be bigotry. Hey, but Timothy, can you prove that claim though? Because you kind of made. Can you at least take that back? Because I don't have proof, bro.
No, I definitely heard that before. majority of like the leadership in Israel are Ashkenazi?
Yeah, he was saying that they reflect European, typically white people more than
Yeah,
people.
it says so numerically, Ashkenazis are no longer a majority of the 120 seat Knesset, but they still occupy a disproportionately large share of the very top power posts in government, the courts, the civil service, the security established, academia, and the business sector. And then there's like something else I wanted to look for, which is.
Okay. Hey, what are you looking at? What's that link?
It's just ChatGPT 03.
ChatGPT.
Regarding like, just regarding like how most people view racism, because this is going to be one of those rooms where we just talk about Jewish people for hours and hours and hours. And shit.
Yes.
So I was just like, as far as the
To be fair, Billy's brought up Jewish people. Like we weren't talking about Jewish people, we were talking about black people.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. I mean, you're all good. I feel like nobody here is an idiot or a bigot in the at all. But when I'm looking at I'm looking at like, okay.
So I don't know the perfect one.
I mean, well, that's accurate. But I guess what I'm saying is like, literally, I was asking. I plugged into DeepSeek just for whatever reason. Like, according to most polls, do black people think a black person can be racist? And they offered 2 polls where most black people did say black people can be racist. So I just want to because there was something said earlier, like someone said, because like black people think like black people can't be racist, like the polling data contradicts that. So it's
Me and you both know how hard black people are on each other in the world doesn't think black people are accountable. Black people are hard, critiquing each other, saying shit, all types of shit. So I don't be knowing where this world at, where niggas can get away with shit like that.
But I will say significant portions of like black people did disagree in response to the poll, and when it was like nearly 40%. But I think that's because, like for instance, my aunt was born without civil rights. You know what I mean? And she's clocking off work today, right? It's like if you have people who were born into a country where they were like, you guys sit on the back of the bus, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't live here, this is no blacks. Like, there are many people alive today who are going to work and clocking off work.
We want to go to work and come home and smile and have a good time with our babies, with our wives. That's what a man is supposed to do. Y'all supposed to just comfort us. If you can't rest in your femininity, you're a whole motherfucker, man. You might as well be one of them transformers. Take your ass out there.
Well, like you said, it's all about that toxic femininity. Don't you mean I'm the boss, bitch? I'm the boss, bitch. But see, I'm gonna tell you, I work at a company that's very female dominated and all that DEI shit. And all these like women vice presidents are so fucking like unhappy in their life and divorced because, like I said, you'd rather take a girl that makes like $16 an hour at Home Depot boss bitch that makes 200.
Amen. Like all I can say is trade-offs in relationships, and you're never gonna get the perfect cookie cutter shell of or cookie cutter perfect other. I mean, like I said, the sex part lacks in my relationship, but I'll tell you what, everything else is 100%. I come home to Michelin star meals, and she's all that and a bag of chips, and she's also responsible for transitioning me from a fucking full-blown libtard to conservative. She's a good person. I think a lot of her lack has to do with the female stuff when it comes to like the hormone shit and all that. And I don't hold that against her.
Right, but you're still with her, Sean B.
Yeah, I sure as hell am.
You accept
I love her, man. You know what? I do. Yeah, I'll trade that off. I'm not gonna hate on. You know what? Like this age now, I'm like, what's more important in my life?
A woman who loves me, takes care of me, supports me, wants me to work out, supports my business, supports everything I do, and makes me beautiful meals. My alarm doesn't go off. She's there for me to tap me on the shoulder to make sure I wake up. Like she's everything. Like I kid you not, she's everything. She's a keeper for life. I mean, like I've said, if something happened between us, I'm staying single forever. I give a fuck about pussy because that shit just fucks everything up at this point, you know. But I mean, I know I have limited relationships, but I've definitely been in 2 successful ones. At least I'd say the first one was a learning experience that took too many years out of my life. I'd definitely say I felt like I had 18 years stolen from me, but this one is not that at all. It just, yeah, it is what it is, but I mean, you're never gonna get the perfect, but you gotta make sure that that's a deal breaker for you, or you're gonna need to make sure you can find some negotiation there. If you're not getting what you need, you need to make sure you take care of one way, shape, or form, or become a professional single-handed handler, if you know what I mean. Okay, I'm done.
You just heard this man. You just heard this man. Sex is the #1 driving factor for men in general. This man's one. You just heard him. He said, you know what? Yeah, I ain't getting the sex I don't want, but you know what? Because she puts me first in all these other areas, I'm willing to concede on that. The #1 driving factor for the male species, he's willing to take a back seat on because she puts first. I'm telling you, man, this is what women need to realize, man. I guarantee if more women realize this shit, I guarantee you the divorce rate would plummet and fucking drop immediately in this country. I guarantee fucking to you. And it's something so simple. So fucking.
Hey, Sig, I took it off the table and dating my fiance. I literally took sex off the table. And I looked her in the face and I said, look, I don't know who you dated before, but let me tell you something. I was in the music business for 23 years. Anything you can do in the bed, I can find 5 women that can do it better. I can do it 5 times in a row. So you're not gonna impress me with your acrobatic skills in the bedroom. So you're not gonna snatch me with the box. So let's just take that off the table. You can keep the box to yourself. Because anything you got, I've seen before. And it's the same color here tonight. So keep that to yourself. I'm gonna take that off the table. Now, if you want to build a relationship, then you have to come with something of value that does not begin and end between your legs. Because I'm not looking for a throat goat. Met them all, they cool, I liked them, they straight, didn't want to actually spend any of my money on them. So here's the deal. If you want to have a relationship, you have to bring me some other value. My kids are grown. I don't need you to mother no kids for me. My kids are grown. My oldest is 31. So that's off the table. Don't need you to cook, because Consuela needs her check. I have a cook. My son-in-law is a Michelin star chef. Don't need you to cook. You can't compete with him in the first place. So let's take that off the table. And Consuela actually comes twice a week to clean. Don't need you to clean. So what she's got. Consuela need to feed her 5 kids.
Is that really her name? Is that really her name? No, you're kidding.
That's really her name, Consuela. That's her name for real. And she needs to feed her 5 kids. So check this. You got to bring something else to the table that's not between your legs, not in the kitchen, and not cleaning. Because I have my personal assistant do my laundry. So what you got?
Well, another red flag too is like when you hear a girl like, I don't pump my own gas, my dad still does it for me, and someone else cleans my. A girl like that, you don't walk away, you run away from her.
Why do you say that? Why do you say run away from me? What's up, Big Sean? Good to see you, man. What up, bro?
Because they're going to be lazy and entitled, and if you don't like buy them the newest BMW, you're kicked to the curb. High maintenance, superficial.
No, Thunder is not feeling any of this. Okay, Thunder, what's up? What's wrong?
No, some of it is.
Thunder is not having anything with this.
No, you know what? What I've come to the conclusion of is that, like, with my husband, I think that really what kind of makes him happy is the idea that he can do whatever he wants. Because for the most part, like, there were all these different things that he used to do before we got married, and, you know, he was always, you know, I always knew him to be just, you know, all over the place. And I told him, you know, I don't have a problem with any of those things. Like, that's how I met you. You know, that's the person that you are. And none of that stuff bothers me. And most of the time, he doesn't even want to go out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he knows that he can, and that's enough for him. He's happy to come home and just hang out with me most of the time. Like, tonight, he is at the gun club tonight because he's got somebody sponsoring him. He's got to go a certain number of times, whatever. But for the most part, unless it's something like he wants to go to the gym, or there's like a basketball game or something like that, he just wants to be home. But I think just knowing, you know, in his psyche that it's not going to be a problem for me, that he can go and hang out with friends, or this guy still has his mom, you know what I mean? There's things that he wants to do for himself that has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to be up his ass, to be honest with you. He's not my freaking little poodle companion, and I'm not his. Like, he can go do the things that he enjoys, and he gives me the freedom to do the things that I want to do. And I think that that's what makes guys happy. I don't know whether or not they all want to cheat, but I think this idea that you're not going to give them a hard time if they slip up, whatever, I think that kind of just gives them a little measure of comfort, that they're not going to be judged by this standard of perfection that they internally don't know whether or not they can live up to. I mean, am I crazy, or is that just him?
No, you did.
You're not crazy. No. Like, if you were to push me, like in a relationship, you push me and you're giving me a bunch of shit for wanting to do things I need to do, constantly checking on me, want me to send you my pin, where I'm located and all that, hell no, never gonna happen. Like, I'm just not even gonna be in that. No. Gotta let me be.
Thunder, there is a reason why men all over this country come home from work and sit in their driveway in their car for 45 minutes before they walk in the house. It's because of that reason that you just mentioned. That's why men sit in the driveway. That's why you sit in the car all the time. But that's why men spend half of Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the garage. And your man doesn't want to actually even leave because he knows that it's not a problem if he wants to. Because Sig said the same thing. He said the exact same thing. I love spending time with my fiance. We live 3 hours apart, but I love spending time with her because I know if I decide, hey, I'm going out with my man Jermaine because he's in town and we're gonna go to wherever. Here's the thing, I don't even have to tell her. That's not a conversation, but I was married for 10 years. And if I wanted to actually piss in the toilet upstairs instead of the one downstairs, there had to be a family meeting about it. And there's a problem. And guess what? I stayed on the road. I stayed traveling because the stress, men exist at a level of stress continually every single day. And we get no break. Nobody's coming to save us. No man can say, well, I won't marry and my life is going to get so much less stressful. No, marriage is even more stressful. Just being a man is stressful. There's no outlet to that. So that's why men, when they have, like Sig and your husband, that's why he doesn't really want to go anywhere, because it's the one place in the world where he is free to be himself without actually being judged. And that's all men want.
Fucking Jim. Mic drop. Fucking mic drop.
Mic drop. Hell yeah.
Mic drop.
Yeah, I can tell you too. So Sig, one of these boss bitches I work with, she got married, her husband was a little older when he got married, and you know she's a couple years younger, and he wants to like retire at 55, so she can be the working mom boss bitch, and he's gonna stay home with the kids, and I'm like, oh, this relationship's gonna get interesting.
Why does she want to do that?
Because she's got kids that are like 11 or 12, and
very industrial.
She wants him to be like the stay-at-home dad while the kids are in like middle school, high school. and always have someone home.
Yo, GA, you cooking some heat, brother, but I gotta ask you to cash that pink ticket in, bro. We need you part of the club, man. We need you in the gun club, bro.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Lovely. Take your black ass and click that link up top too. Cash that fucking pink token.
GA, I got you.
What's
I
up, Lovely?
friended you, man. GA, you speak my language, man. You're speaking. I feel like you're like my brother right now. I feel like we do the same shit. So appreciate what you were sharing too, man.
I clicked it, man. I'm part of the club, and I like Turkish weapons. So now you.
Oh man, Turk guy. Okay. Miss, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. Lovely Miss, you guys want to chime in? You guys got anything?
Yeah, I just, I don't know, I guess I'm just looking for an answer to the question at the top. I think what I'm hearing you all say, I do totally transparent. I definitely have some things in the back of my mind that I'm going through now, and I just don't understand what. I don't understand what. And I am married, for context. But.
Okay, you're married, you're a wife?
I'm married. I've been married 5 years. I'm a wife.
Oh, there you go. Congratulations, man. We love married women in this house. So. Married women are protected and respected. Y'all got a ring. You guys are winners. Y'all got W's. So congratulations on a 5-year marriage, man. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Sid.
Thank you.
Welcome to the masculinity, man.
Thanks. Nice to meet you. And I appreciate the space too, because I think for me, growing up as like, raised on my grandma, 5 women in the house, like I have to intentionally put myself in masculine spaces to just have some perspective on the world for real. So I appreciate it. I appreciate what you got going on here.
Absolutely. So let me ask you a question. Married for 5 years. That is actually a big deal in 2025 because a lot of marriages don't last that long. So what makes your marriage, what has made your marriage last to the 5-year mark? And I'm sure you've got many more years of lifetime ahead of you. You just sound like you're very nice, very sweet, feminine woman. What is incorporated in your marriage with your husband?
President, yes, we need to get
Stop booty clapping for America, okay? You're not American, you're Asian.
I can love my people, I can love Israel, you racist piece of shit. Unlike you, I can recognize who's Semitic and who's not. Unlike you, racist piece of shit.
You're fucking Asian.
Very American. I will never understand how fucking American.
What are you, Chinese or Japanese?
I was born in New York.
Very American.
I was born in New York and I was raised in California. Big.
You're Asian. You're an Asian, water. You're not American.
Let him go with his status somewhere else.
Fucking bitch. And he said the one that pissed me off most was white Palestine. Like the guy literally said Israel doesn't exist because Israel doesn't even recognize Palestine,
He's a
right?
Zionist. I think he's a Zionist.
He's a Zionist. He's a pure Zionist.
He said Israel doesn't exist because what?
So some brother, I think it was Haji, that said Israel doesn't exist, right? This idiot has the balls to say white Palestine.
Oh, white power?
Yeah, white Palestine.
See, but like, listening to him talk, I used to, I think I said this before, but like, I skated. All my friends were skateboarders, train hoppers, like, the works. He sounds like all of my friends who used to like smoke hella weed and trip on acid and like do mushrooms and stuff. Like, that's kind of what it's giving me. Those are the kind of vibes that I'm getting. I'm like, bro, are you okay? Like, are you just tripping? Are you just on one right now? Are you just having a trip right now? I don't know. Makes me nervous.
Okay?
I mean, this room attracts a lot of mental retards and mental cases.
What up, Wednesday? What up, Furlan, Jelani?
Hey, what's up, Jackie? I'm going to speak on behalf of Furlan Jelani. Furlan Jelani, did you want to say anything? Watch him unmute in a bit. He's going to unmute in a bit for you, Jackie. I'm going to tell him to unmute.
Okay. Yeah, what up, Lulu?
Rich, did you want to say something, Rich?
We Asians are not involved in this genocide. We're not complicit, okay? We even try to boycott all the products associated with Israel.
Rich, I was saying it, brother, to you. I was attacking this idiot because he wants to protect America, that America is not giving weapons to Israel. And literally, Gazans are fighting a war against the American government. And this idiot has a background from Asia, right? And he claims, oh no, America is not doing that. And then he kept on trying to defend that, deflect and defend. That Asia is behind this genocide. You see what I'm saying? And it pissed me off. So it was nothing to attack you or your background. It was to attack him personally. So that way it pisses him off and he leaves. Because I like to piss off people, especially that he said white Palestine. And he said a whole bunch of other crazy shit.
See, that's the thing, though, that I feel like he doesn't understand. Like, a lot of people, myself included, like, we don't want to fight wars, especially other people's wars. Why are we sending our fathers, our grandfathers, our people to go fight wars that have nothing to do with us in the first place? And it's just to benefit, like, it's just to line their pockets. They don't care if you die or you have PTSD or, your family's the one that has to deal with that now. Now we have to deal with that. And you're rich and you're living your life, and the Rothschilds getting their 8th heart transplant or whatever the hell they're doing, like, we're the ones suffering. Of course we don't want war. Like, the majority of us don't want to deal with this, bro.
Well, the problem is like young men go fight young men that don't know each other because of old men that do know each other.
What is this explanation, Doc? Oh my God, this guy, man. That's another drug.
I don't know. The common denominator here is when I walked in, the common denominator seems to be Amir.
Why
I don't know what Amir's doing to these
people. Man? Why do I try these people? We got Kush here. He supports Israel. Kush, do you want to say something? Why do you support Israel, Kush?
You said I support Israel.
You support Israel?
You said that.
You were waving an Israeli flag. You were waving an Israeli flag.
Yeah, so what?
So you support Israel?
I never said that.
Okay, then why would you wave
He's asking you.
Because I'm using my free will to do whatever the fuck I want.
Okay. So I'm asking you, do you support Israel or Palestine?
Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter.
It matters in this room.
Okay. Do you support Hitler or the Jewish people that were genocided by Hitler?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so you're a Holocaust denier.
Why are you so angry?
I attract a lot of people. What is happening to me?
I don't know what's going on here. This guy, he's very angry. He comes in the room. Don't worry about it. Don't ask me no questions.
Not in my room.
That's crazy.
Well, you're offended.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't use the N-word, otherwise I'll remove you out of the room. I'm not gonna move you down.
Does it affect you? Is it like?
Yeah, it does. It does.
So it's similar to like the mispronouncing someone's gender, like it offends you.
No, the racial slur is different from. I'm talking about racial slur. Racial slur.
If I call you Nigerian, are you mad at me?
What if I say Nigerian?
If he's from Nigeria.
Say nigger. What if I say nigger?
Okay, I gave him a go. Have a safe flight to the hallway. Bye bye. Okay, bye bye. I gave him a warning. Bye bye. Have a safe flight. I'm not even moving people down. Doc, do you want to go next? I don't mind, man. I think I've decided because.
But Amir, my question.
Do you want to be next? Do you want to be next?
No, please.
Okay. What's your question?
Like, when it comes to like the indifference between all of us, do you try to look for the commonality in between us all?
Wow. What kind of commonality would I be looking for? You PTSD? Because you suffer from PTSD, Water suffers from PTSD, a whole bunch of these psychopaths that are drug. You just got here? You literally said a whole bunch of crazy psychopathic shit earlier. You just got here. Oh my God. see. Everyone can. Thank you, Water. Sit in the audience like a good boy you are. That's where you should stay. Anyways,
What's
Doc,
in the water?
bro, he literally said white Palestine and a whole bunch of crazy shit. He's driving the whole room crazy. So Doc, did I answer your question?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to ask me anything you want.
Doc is so drunk right now.
Did I stutter?
No, not yet. But I think you're on your way
You
to
slurred your
stuttering.
words.
Wait, you think I miss my understandings?
Yeah.
So, Chucky, by the
Then
way,
you
Doc
sound
has
like, irrelevant to my own level.
by the way, Doc has served in the military. I think he's suffering from PTSD, alcohol, a whole bunch of crazy shit, right, Doc? I don't know why you come on this out.
I might be that guy that knows how to do what it do.
Well, why do you
Doc,
come on
thank
this
you
out?
for your service. Thank you for your service, Doc.
Wow.
No, it was an
So,
honor. It was an honor.
Are you gonna
for
say free
me
Palestine, or are you
to
gonna
be
say
like my father.
kill Palestinians? White Palestine. Go on, say it. Say it. Say it. Are you gonna say white Palestine, or?
I made a mistake for referring to Israel as white Palestine. Are you happy?
There we go. Finally, finally.
I should
See,
have said,
you had a
I
small.
should've
Before I was
said
gonna call you small
biracial.
dick energy, a low life, an egoistic motherfucker. But now I'll take my words back.
No, don't fucking.
You're narcissistic,
Don't label
egoistic
me.
son of a bitch.
No, you're projecting. That's why your room stays the same size all the time. Cause
I don't. I don't care about quantity. I care about quality. I don't care about quantity.
You
Yes,
care about
yes.
grooming, like a pedophile, like the military.
How am I a pedophile? Go and tell us.
You trying to play the same fucking game?
No, tell me how am I a pedophile? That's a big accusation, little bitch.
You're trying.
That's a big accusation.
You're trying to protect.
That's a big accusation. You gotta stop projecting this pedophilia onto me.
I kind of dug you for half a minute, but you don't talk about like the.
My God.
You ain't gonna do shit either. I don't know what you're talking about. What's up, Chuck?
Okay, so calling somebody a pedophile.
I ain't gonna
accusing
do
someone
what?
of that. Provide data now. Go on, Water. You made the claim. The burden of proof is on you. How am I a pedophile?
Who the fuck you referring to in the military that's a pedophile? Because they're in the military.
Any one of them that
Just
all
specifically because they're in the military, they're pedophiles. That was the claim you made.
CIA, specifically the CIA, specifically.
Dude, I would be the motherfucker that would DDT you on the sidewalk in the daytime, right in front of the mall.
Remember our audience. Our audience knows about the workers that were trapped. Our audience, it's also a good human interest story.
All right. The workers trapped.
It involves the fire department, our first responders. It also talks about the different type of illnesses or injuries that you can get not only once, but if they breathe in something, they might suffer a continuous trauma or have like latency effects. I think leading off with the trap workers is a really good idea, but
all right, that's fine with me.
Okay, so hold on a second. So that is just a second. Why am I not seeing it? I know I sent it to you, and then I know you sent it to me. I'm not seeing it. Oh, here we go. That's why I'm not seeing it. My screen is messed up. Hold on. Much better. Okay, so 31 workers. Also, everybody that I spoke to, both Missy, KABC, and Cal, they like the updated stuff. They like it with stuff's on people's minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is
spreading racism?
what is number 2?
Yeah, like look at him. He's dropping the.
Number 2.
What about get ready for Los Angeles County's Fair Work Week ordinance in effect July 1st?
Well, we are a week and a half past it.
Yep.
What about Kroger Albertsons reached tentative pact? That's 45,000 workers. I sent you, and you sent it back, the undocumented immigrant story.
I've had
No, let's not do it. Let's not do it. Too political, whatever.
Yeah, I've had enough of the politics.
No, it's fine. What do you want for number 2?
I want to do the Fair Work Act, the Los Angeles County's Fair Work Ordinance. It's about changes to people's schedules and they're entitled to payment. It's nice.
Good.
Very boring, but nice.
Boring can be very nice. Hold on a second. Okay, it's get ready.
Yes, get ready for Los Angeles County's Fair Work Week Ordinance, effective July 1st.
Okay, number 3, please.
What about study highlights the uneven impact of earned sick leave across industries?
Sure, absolutely. And number 4?
That one we should do. What about back to basics, dealing with common workplace injuries?
Okay, I think that's a great idea. Back to basics.
In fact, maybe we should move that one up. No, it's fine. Number 4. People aren't even awake.
Right. Okay.
Beginning of the show.
Right, exactly. And hold on a second. Let me just, for the hell of it, let me check and see what we have here, if anything. Hi, Richard. Coach wants to give us $4,000 an hour to invest. Sounds good. Flood in Texas is also very interesting. Yeah, but the flood in Texas is not a case. Yeah. And so, hello everybody. We'll start the show in about 7 minutes. We normally don't invite anybody on stage until after the show. The show will finish up in a little less than an hour, and then everybody gets invited up. And Robert, we have an anonymous person in the audience. We have no idea who that person is or what they're doing. So just thought I'd let you know. No way to control that. I think this is our first anon. We might have had someone in before, but I don't know. I'm going to go and continue my setup. We'll start in 5.5 minutes. And here is a little more Francel. So I'll be back in about 4 minutes.
Reparations. You besmirched nothing. You just said you didn't like my style. That's fine by me. I don't care if you like my style or not.
He said you were a danger to Jews.
What's up with it?
He's just talking at his chapeau.
Wait, how can you be more upset with me, Norm, for calling you like grandpa and advising you?
Who said that
like,
I was more upset with a halfwit, a wannabe, a would-be?
Is Sam a halfwit? Is Sam a halfwit?
You're a halfwit. Yes.
Is Sam?
At best.
You coward. Look how much of a racist you are. Look how much of a racist you are.
Wait. This is a racial thing?
Yes. I'm about to tell you why. Shut up.
What's your color?
I'm going to
tell you why. I didn't know
I'm going to tell you why.
No. What color are you?
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Look.
Wait. So you're a different race than me?
This is why he's impossible to talk to. So it's just like,
oh, well, I don't know. You don't like that?
You've been calling me a Jew hater in the chat.
Yes, I called you a Jew hater.
Okay.
Yes.
And my point to you is the fact that you're. Oh my God, bro.
And you say that it's racist.
You're incapable of letting someone just.
What race? No, you just. Well, everybody told you because you're their token, but I'm not going to. I don't care what your race is. What's your race, Timothy? Tell it.
Hey Sam, this is what's gonna happen. He's just gonna do this like anytime someone talks, I ask you a question incessantly.
Don't be afraid. Just tell us.
Normo, I can help you out as a fellow UK person. Timothy is in fact a legend. Done.
So then it can't be racism. I'm anti-legend.
No, but look, hey Sam, I want to point something out to you. This is funny. It's like you've been saying, look, Norm is legitimately a danger to Jewish people, okay? Meanwhile, I've been saying, look, I don't think he's a stereotype. I think he's like an annoying old man. It's like very difficult to talk to him.
I think you're a stuttering half-wit, Timothy.
Can you stop for a second?
Omar, shut up.
You had an opportunity to speak and you wasted it. That's not my turn now.
No, it's not wasted, Timothy.
You did. All right. I'm gonna let
No
you speak.
interruptions.
When you're done, shut up.
No, you shut the fuck up, you half.
No, no interruptions. No interruptions. Let Timothy finish his point. And then
Going to make personal attacks.
No,
interrupt.
No, you may not interrupt. I'll just move you down.
Well,
That's all it is. Okay, fine. Then that's. I am not budging on this matter. I am not budging on this matter.
Wait. Let's be fair. Look. Wait. No. I promise you. You speak for as long as you want. Say anything you want about me. I won't interrupt you. Then when you're done, just let me go. Is that fair?
I don't accept those terms. Here's what I will accept. You want to talk about ideas? Quiet.
He's inbred
Quiet.
in the desert.
I
He
said
doesn't have
shut up.
self-control.
Shut the fuck
Norm
up.
isn't.
We'll talk about ideas. We can talk about ideas. You want to make personal attacks? We can make personal attacks. Which do you prefer? You tell me.
I want to make personal attacks. I want you to go for as long as you want. And when you're done,
Uninterested in that. Uninterested in personal attacks.
Look. Go get your slippers and your
I don't have
fucking,
slippers.
Glasses and then and make a cup of cocoa, okay?
I don't
you go
have
sit down and you
slippers. I
recline
don't
up.
drink
Hey,
cocoa.
old timer.
Go get crumpets. You worm.
You go chill. I want to make a quick. I want to make a quick.
Wannabe. You token.
I thought you didn't want personal attacks.
Yeah, that's an interesting selection of personal attacks from someone who doesn't want to give.
Well, I'll respond.
I get it. I sound like I don't know. Can you help him? Was it like help?
I don't need any help.
I just want to make some point.
I think
you need.
I don't need any help. Half-wit.
You're gonna, bro. In 6 months, you're gonna have a fucking catheter in.
You know what? I will long outlive you. And if there's a catheter, with pleasure, I will piss on you.
Can I ask you? Look at ideas. Can I ask you an honest question? Like legit.
You want to talk about ideas? Sure.
Yeah. You seem like a confident man. Are you? Yeah, no, this is. I'm not even bullshit. Like,
you
seem
do your best, Timothy. Give us an idea. We're all gonna listen.
Shut up. He'll be able.
He can do his fine. He runs his
I'm gonna mod a bunch of deputies. I don't want to move him down. I'm gonna mod a bunch of deputies. Just mute him every time Timothy's talking.
Let's go with the idea, Timothy.
Just mute him. We'll just all of us together. We can make this have a non-interrupted
Yeah, you need a room full of guys to do. I know.
Yeah, I need a goon squad.
No female deputies, I noted.
So sexist. Let's go with the idea, Timothy. Quick, go.
If you want to be a female deputy,
how do you know what gender I am?
Look, look.
Let's hear your scary idea.
I'm going back to personal.
You got that D.
I just want to say,
so you have
funny.
No idea.
This is what's funny about Norm's racism, which is like, instantly, I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying he's not. We as endorsing Sam's view on this is in itself perpetuating stereotypes against Jewish people, and in fact what we should do is just like speak out against the injustice of bigotry, so that we should target the actual racists who are saying Norm's a good example of why Jews are bad, like that. I'm saying that's bad. I'm saying Norm is just an interruptive, like, you know, he obstructs discussions, blah 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 blah. I may have called him stupid as well. Sam's saying he is literally threatening the safety of Jewish people. In the chat, no criticism for Sam. Only criticism for me and the justification.
Did he run away?
He ran away, yeah.
It's the Gurmian. That is an example of just the most extreme tribalism you'll ever find. Where you've got like a fellow Jew saying, you know what? I agree with the racists about you being a bad Jew. And you got the other guy saying, no, the racists are bad. You're not a bad Jew, you're just a bad person. And then you say, you're an anti-Semite and Sam's a good guy. It's insane.
It is hilarious that I thought he was gonna give me like a fucking really mad, angry thing of like, how dare you say that I'm like hurting Jewish people? I'm out here on the streets defending Israel and I'm defending the rights of the Jews around the world. And I'm like, but no, he's just like, no, he doesn't like my style. Whereas Timothy is only old, so I hate him.
He told Timothy to go back to work at a good match. Called you a token, like, what was
was that about?
He's a racist.
And he's a liar. He knows I'm black because he's had random conversations. Yeah, 100% he knows I'm black. It's cool, like
You can hear that melanin in your voice.
But it's more what's more funny about it is you can see, like, it's almost impressive, like the extreme tribalism. Like, you actually kind of have to respect it. Like, Zephyr would be proud of it.
I think it's funny that, like, he should be so much more offended. I'm literally saying, you are the stereotypical annoying Jew that makes everyone hate Jews by being so fucking annoying and loud and bumptious and, like, taking criticism poorly, and then, like, and then I'm like, you are making us look bad by being. He's like, you just don't like my style, but actually, him say you're the bad guy.
Right. It's because you're Jewish. You can say whatever you want about.
Exactly. That's really what
Alright, but I do want to push back on you guys. Okay, the stereotype of black people is not that they are Uncle Toms. Uncle Toms are rare. The stereotype of black people is that they're loud and aggressive. That is your stereotype. So if you want people to not stereotype you, one thing you can do is get people to stereotype less. Another thing you can do is when there's a black guy who's loud and aggressive, be like, hey, we don't do that. That's not the norm here. In the same way that I tell Norm, I don't want you to act like this anymore.
What if some people feel like getting loud and aggressive? Shit.
Yeah, I think like what we shouldn't do is generalize based on almost invariably ridiculously small or biased samples. So like if you're using the media or you're using the black people you've met in the world, clearly there's not a good sample. Like you said something like about 400 black people or something that are like that relative to, I don't know, even if it's 1,000 black people you met, I mean that's just like a ridiculously small sample given there's like more black people in the world than white people. Like you obviously haven't seen the majority. So the idea, and then also when you talk about stuff like media and stuff like, so if the media decides to depict black people in a certain way, should black people see that and take their cues from the media and say, however the media describes us, we have to come, like there's absolutely, like we have to behave so dissimilarly that there's absolutely no overlapping features or qualities. Well, that seems a bit unfair, given the media themselves like have a bias in a lot of cases. So, like, in fact, like even if it's something that like is innocuous, there's like a pairing that goes. So it's like it's loud and like aggressive and violent. Like what was that movie that came out? You remember like My Big Fat Greek Wedding, right? Like I feel like it portrayed Greek. Yeah, it portrayed like Greek women as like super being loud and whatever else, and like, but like in a kind of like effervescent or ebullient, like a really like positive way, right? And it's like, okay, so loudness on its own is just not like a really bad thing. It's like, okay, when you pair it with like being violent, criminal intent. So it's like, okay, and who does that? So you see loud black people, where do you see loud black? I doubt most, people have witnessed black people like actually doing crimes. No, you see that in the media. It's a confluence of factors, and I'm saying like what you should probably be doing is saying that if I'm a rational person, then I shouldn't be stereotyping human beings in that way. Now don't get me wrong, maybe it's useful for you, so maybe there's some cases where it's like pragmatically, okay, the induction's worked out pretty good. But generally speaking, it's like bad induction to say like, oh, I've met 500 black people and like 250 of them have been loud. It's like, oh, I should assume that like the majority of black people are loud when you recognize that black people make up a population of how many people? That's like a ridiculously small sample, and it's like there's like a kind of a sampling bias there as well, right?
Yeah, and also it's about like you're not conducting studies.
I
think you're in the Matrix, dude. If she's in the Matrix, I'll just say. Oh, go ahead, man.
Yeah, here's an interesting fact I learned recently. One second.
You're in the Matrix, though, dude.
Some people who use Black American Sign Language, a dialect of American Sign Language, which is used by deaf individuals, describe their signing as louder and more expressive than compared to other ASL users. So even when you're fucking deaf, you guys are fucking louder. I mean, you guys just take a second, reflect. You know what I mean? Like have a moment of reflection on like what you're like and what to do about it. Like
that's a good thing though.
I was gonna also point out like. Well, so here's the thing too, right? You'll notice that our personal experience is not a process of conducting a study, and so you're also seeing a lot of confirmation bias. Like you'll go to the store probably a few times a week, long past like
in a month, you at least be in the space with like 100 black people. This is a fact, and none of them will scream, so you won't really like say anything. You won't be like, you just saw 100 black people, nobody was loud, nobody did shit. Right? You get on the subway in New York, the vast majority of black people are not like loud and screaming. Like one person does it, you're like, yo, see, like this is like the confirmation thing. It's almost like if I was to take every experience of racism and be like, see, white people need to all kind of like take responsibility for this person that called the police on me, even though I work here, or like called me the N-word with a hard R. Like all of you need to collectively, like, I don't know.
Yes, I think that,
like it should be. I feel like you're seeing it at a very low frequency of saying it's a thing. No, I'm saying like you're talking about things like loud black people, and I'm saying that shit probably occurs even in your life at a very low frequency, but you're only looking when you see things that draw your attention.
I think that we should police Karens. So white people that are Karens, we should call them out. Us, hey, fellow white people, when we see them, we should tell them to fucking stop being like that. We should call out white guys that call the cops too quickly and shit like that. Like, there is white-specific stereotypes, like being a Karen or being a cop caller or being a shameless. We should call that out. And I'm just calling for a reasonable sense of police your own. If your group does certain actions that are bad, disproportionately, fucking rein your own guys in. Like, is that so crazy? Like, is that a fucking crazy standard to ask?
What scale would the behavior have to be occurring on to be like, okay, well, this is a group problem?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have a good answer to that question. I think when it's already a thing that's like talked about and it's also true, so it can't be a false stereotype, it has to be like an actual stereotype, and then also that it's like something that's discussed in popular media.
I think that calling like black people loud and aggressive is just flat out racist. I don't even really think it's a stereotype, because there are plenty of people that are just like loud and aggressive. So I don't really think you can just attribute something so oversimplified to black people, because if like a white person comes in the room and is just loud and aggressive, is that a good thing, or are you gonna call them like stop acting like a black person? That could just be like that's just a trait from an annoying person. So I don't get like, I think calling black people loud and aggressive is oversimplified racism, because that can be attributed to anyone.
No, of course, if a white guy was acting loud and aggressive, I wouldn't say you're acting like a black person. That would be obviously racist. And I'm not saying that a white person being loud and aggressive isn't a bad thing to do. I'm saying there's two things that you can do that are bad at the same time. One is do unethical action. Then the second unethical thing you can do is fulfill a stereotype and hurt your fellow group members by making other people think your group's like that. Because humans have confirmation bias. So like, when El Normo is annoying, he also hurts Millith. Now, it's bad to be annoying. If you're annoying, that's bad. But it's going to have less effect. No, people don't think black people are like really annoying in the way normal people are. They don't think that, like, oh, you always complain about, like, or like, I don't know what the word is. I don't even know what the, you guys don't kvetch. No one accuses the black people of kvetching. Wait, what? Kvetching? Jews complain so much that we have a specific word for a Jewish type of complaining. So just gonna let you know what the stereotypes are for Jews.
Is this Yiddish?
Kvetch, kvetching.
I don't know what kvetching is.
Kvetching.
Is that Yiddish?
Probably. It's Yiddish.
No, I don't know. I've never heard that.
It's like, I think that like I think people that like are even concerned about the proliferation of particular behaviors, facilitating proliferation of particular biases. I think that those people are, to be honest, maybe not self-aware, right? Because like I said, like if for this whole month you like put a mark on a piece of paper every time you saw a black guy who was not loud, who like if you're in line at the bank, oh shit, 1, 2, 3, right? By the end of the month you wouldn't even have seen anybody yell. To be honest, like it's not like every time I go outside there's that yelling black guy. So it's like I feel like these are things that you just already believe about black people, maybe based on experiences you've had. You know what I mean? Which is like understandable, but yeah, I think it's just lack of self-awareness and projecting your worldview onto the world.
Israelites. Do we got the Israelites on stage? What do you Hebrew Israelites? Anybody in the audience?
Alright there, Jacob.
Hey guys, when are you guys gonna police your own guys? Police your own guys.
You don't know what he is. You don't know who he is.
I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. What do Hebrew Israelites say? Jacob, do you believe that black people are true Jews or no? Is it Jesus wasn't black?
I don't believe whatever.
His profile says a Christian Israelite.
Yeah, Christian Israelite. Like what?
Yeah. Oh well. Hebrew Israelite. You're being loud, brother. You're being loud, brother. Come on. Turn down a notch.
I believe this is a comedy show where you paid a troll to come in and make a joke about what you just did.
I let you the Hebrew Israelites on stage.
You called me out. I kind of feel that. This isn't a real. There's no way that's a real person.
Can we appreciate El Noro's power that I had to deputize a goon squad to keep him under control? He's like fucking like I don't know, like one mod wasn't enough.
God.
I'm going full mod squad. Just do it for once in my life. Everyone except for Jacob, you don't get to be a mod, unfortunately.
So close to removing him, I can't deal with the laughing.
Are you drunk, Jacob?
I'll have what he's having. I'll have what.
So, one reason why we know black people aren't descended from Israelites is because he's gone.
No, I moved him down. I couldn't do it. Like it was so stupid.
I never considered the thing about like Jews have a history of having a Talmud. Like we have Talmuds from like 200 AD. You know, maybe even before then. And so, if we have Talmuds from that long ago, then we know that Jews like were doing Jew shit for a very long time. Why aren't there like African Jewish writings about the Torah, like from like 500 AD? Like, why does this only show up in the 1970s or whatever, or even the 1800s? It's still weird that there aren't African. I'm not saying that you need to have the Talmud, but you should have some other text that's Talmud adjacent where you're commenting on the Torah. That's kind of like what I would expect if Africans were doing Jew shit for thousands of years before they were taken into slavery. Do you guys understand my argument?
No, I get it. I don't know how to like argue against it because the only thing I would just say is, I mean, isn't there like an Ethiopian Bible? Wasn't the first Ethiopian church like established in like 1100 or something like that? I don't know how to argue against it except for bringing that up. I don't know how it connects.
Let him back up.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, y'all are on your own on this one. Like, I just want to understand like what the fucking laughter is about. There's no Hebrew Israelites in here, so I don't get like.
If black people in Africa were living Jew shit, Jacob, were doing Jew shit, you'd expect there to be a writing trail of things like Talmuds that aren't Talmuds from like 500 AD or whatever. But the fact that we don't have anything like that, we don't have any like writings from like early, 500, 200, 300 AD from black people that are descended from Jews is like really strong evidence that you guys aren't descended from Jews.
Oh, wait, I can explain this.
That's why you got it, because it wasn't given to you.
Are Ethiopians descendants of Jews, though?
Words? I can explain this, Sam. Look, after 70 AD when the Romans, everything fell apart, right? The temple fell.
they had to run out of Israel into Africa to blend in, right? That's what they say. And once they got there, they were kind of like hiding out, so to speak. So we might not have found everything they've written, but we do have some stuff from the Ethiopian church and stuff, right? We have stuff in Elephant.
No, but they don't. Sorry. No, I don't think that they claim that the Beta Israel are the same people as the Israelites. Do they?
Oh no, they don't.
Okay, so then exactly. So just, even if the Beta Israelites having Jew shit is not evidence that the Yoruba descended people that claim to be Jews are Jews.
Well, the Igbo claim to be Jews.
Wait, Sam, you know who you need to get in here? Have you talked to Faithful to God yet?
I might have, I don't know. I can't remember.
He's one of my homies from back in G-Post days. But, yeah, me and him have been, like debating these guys since, 2013, 2014-ish. But he's, way more into it. He studies all their sources and everything in depth. So, I might ping him in here if we have any more.
He said that the Israelites, that they had to blend in with the Africans. That only happened to Jesus.
You're wrong. Your laugh is so fake, though. Can you, at least, make your laugh sound real?
Yeah,
God got rid of the book. Fake people that call themselves Jews.
What's fascinating, I looked this up recently, and apparently, a lot of the Jews that I thought that the Beta Israel, the Sahelian Jews, and the Lemba Jews were descended from Jewish people that just moved to Africa. There's actually much less Jewish or Semitic DNA than I thought there would be. It looks like some of them are converts. Some of them have a small amount of had a founder population that was actually very small and kind of got swamped by the local population because the founder population was so small. It got kind of swamped really early. They're less genetically there are Y haplogroups amongst the Lemba, which are Middle Eastern. So there's no relationship between the groups, but it's not as much as you'd think. But then when you look at the African Americans, they just have none. They have they're in no way related to bodies you find in the Levant 500 BC. They're just zero. None.
If they call themselves Jew and they not an Israelite,
I didn't move enough.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was.
Yeah, that's true. But the funniest part is that they're not related to Native Americans either. Native Americans are closest to related to Asian, I think Chinese. I want to say.
I would guess Siberian peoples if I had to guess.
Well, no. I think I remember there's a video online of these DNA researchers that are Mormons, and the Mormons have the kind of story in their book of I think it's the Book of Mormon, or either it's the Pearl of Great Price or whatever, that the Hebrews moved to America and that they were the Native Americans. And there's this scientist who's when I found out that they're not related to us, they're mostly related to Chinese people, it did hurt my face, So now I think that's probably not true.
Wait, who's mostly related to Chinese people?
Native Americans are closest related to because they came over through the Bering Straits or whatever. I mean, they have the black silky hair and everything. They have the similar features and stuff, but it's not just that. It's it's that their actually DNA is closest to modern Chinese.
There was a large contingent of Jews that left Israel and then went to West Africa. What you would expect to see is populations that have extremely high Semitic admixture, not 1% or 2%, but 40%, 30%, stuff like that. And then what you'd also expect to have is a whole bunch of writing to Torahs, other like things that are related to other like because Sephardic Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and Ashkenazi Jews do things that are similar. Like they all have like a shofar and they all have fucking Passover rituals. So you'd expect to see like things like that showing up in like their practices in Africa, and you'd expect that to rub off on maybe local populations who like see them do it and copy it. If you see a bunch of shofars, even if there's no DNA, we just found a whole bunch of menorahs, shofars, in West Africa, I'd be like, oh, okay, yes, they did leave Israel and move to fucking West Africa, like obviously. And then I would just say, okay, then some percentage of slaves are descended from from Israelites. So it would just be like kind of an open and shut case in my view. But we don't find that stuff. What do you know?
Well, it's because they were hiding out in Africa, man, until they got sold.
You know, there was a rabbi who said otherwise, and he going around saying the opposite of what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? What's that about, Sam?
Yeah, that black rabbi doing that though, but he's saying like.
No, he's not. No. This is not a black rabbi. This is a white rabbi. He has like reddish hair, and I can put the link in the chat. It's a video of him talking about how there were Jews that were in the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and y'all can tell me who this rabbi is.
What's important is like what his sources are, really.
Alright, tribe, come on back up, but this time I hope you have better internet. I hope to God you have better internet.
If his source is like from Babylon to Timbuktu, it's over.
Alright, how's your Wi-Fi, tribe?
I just put the link in the chat if y'all want to look at it. He looked real official too, y'all. He got the sideburns and everything.
Alright, I'll check it out.
He's quoting Luke from the New Testament, I guess. Is that what? They shall fall by the edge of the sword, and they shall be led away captive into all nations. Yeah, so this is probably a rabbi trying to say, like, oh, well, of course there were some in the transatlantic slave trade because they were led into all nations. So that means that some got there.
No, that's not. That was someone else who took his video and put that, because he doesn't practice the new. He practiced Torah. So that's someone else on TikTok took his video and made it into their own, and they put like that Luke verse on there.
The logic you're using would be anytime they've had sex, you can't drink for 2 months then.
No, dumbass. It means you want to get pregnant. You're not going to use alcohol.
Abby, come on. Is everything a projection about weight control?
Yeah, maybe it was a hoax.
Oopsie, I got fat.
Okay, yeah, just listen to it. She's like one dude.
Come on,
I
Abby.
don't think
Go to sleep, Abby. Be responsible, Abby.
It's Harry Rosenberg. Says the Igbo tribe, Black Americans, are possibly blood descendants of the Israelites.
No.
Your campaign message told me. But, for people to get transcripts.
But it's funny because he's referencing people that are on the street yelling at Jews that they're not the real Jews.
He's not misbehaving yet. You leave him until he misbehaves.
I'm representing Edmund or Don.
Well, we know if you follow the Torah, you're a Jew. they pass when people are yelling.
Yeah, just look them up. See what his resume look like, but
I mean, he's just saying that, like, Igbo have some Jewish whatever, but he's not a population geneticist or whatever. Like, the only thing that's relevant, I keep saying this over and over, the only thing that's relevant in this debate is just the population genetics. Like, when we take Igbo DNA, how similar is it to bodies of people that we find in the Levant at 500 BC or whatever? That's the only thing that's relevant. And I looked it up just today about, like, how similar Sahelian Jews were and stuff. Yeah, and I guess it's the numbers. Of course, it's ChatGPT numbers, so don't take them with a grain of salt, of course. But they said that Beta Israel are like, I don't know, 10 to 15% descended from DNA from the Levant, which is still a lot. Whereas like Igbo Jews are like 0 to 2%. Whereas you compare that to like Samaritans, so it'd be like, you know, it's like in the 90%. Like the Druze, it's like not even like it's not close.
Sam, your people and Igbos kind of have the same similarities amongst genetic relations to Jewish people. Y'all kind of just the same, honestly.
So you saying we act similar, or our genes are similar?
Y'all act similar.
Yeah, we're middleman minority. Literally, there's a whole book about middleman minorities, about how across the world people tend to stigmatize them. So you've got like the Chinese in Malaysia
working more total hours on the year. So what does that mean? It means that when you feel secure, psychologically secure, that if something were to happen, you'd be able to take care of the bills for a week or two. That will cause you to feel better and then go to work. That's an interesting dynamic here, right? It's a kind of like a placebo effect. I don't know how to describe it, Steve. I hope you could use the words better than I can here. Because what I've found is that when people have income insecurity, that actually causes them to miss more work, not less. Weird result, right? You would think it's the opposite. It's a strange thing to conclude. But earned sick leave allows people to work more often. Now, Steve, there's a second way that I can interpret this study, and it's this. People want to cash out that sick leave. They want that extra week of work paid to them without them having to add work.
However, I don't think that's required by law. Vacation pay, if you, as it accrues, if you don't take it, you're entitled to reimbursement, but generally you're not entitled to pay for non-use sick days.
I think it depends on the states, and it depends on the rules for each employer as well.
But California, yeah.
Yeah, there's so many nuanced rules when it comes to that. You actually have to talk to your human resources, okay? And but in my company here, for example, when we give sick and vacation days.
Wait a minute, let's talk about your company in 30 seconds. You're dialed into the Workers' Rights Radio Show with attorney Robert Ozeron and myself, Steve Appel. Robert and I have over 45 of experience in workers' compensation, employment, and labor law. 310-999-9989. The law offices of Robert Ozeron. Phones are open now if you want to call or text. Get a completely free, no obligation consult with attorney Robert Ozeron. We're talking about earned sick leave, short-term paid time off for employees who are sick or injured or must care for their family members actually causes employees to work more hours. Robert was just about to tell us what it's like at his employment.
I was just saying, here at my office for my employees, we do have sick and vacation time, and it's all vested depending on how much of the year you work. By vested, I mean it's yours. If you worked a full year and then you never took a sick day or a vacation day, you will get paid out
So
for
it's the
those
same
days.
as like PTO, paid time off.
Correct, it's PTO.
Yeah.
Correct, it's PTO. Now, so you could look at this two ways. Number one of the largest case types that I handle is I'm underpaid, I'm underappreciated, and I'm overworked. I have a psychological injury. And people call my office, right? We settle those pretty quick. I actually like those cases, right? That's, you don't even have to be there at the same job anymore. You could just say it was an old job where they didn't appreciate me and my self-esteem was impacted, right? And that's 20 grand very often that we settle fairly quick. That's why I like those cases. They may not be the $100,000, $200,000 cases, but they do settle fairly quick. And I like that. So when we do 20 grand, Mike. Let me talk about that.
Illegals. That's what you said. How do y'all feel about it? You didn't say anything else. What you was trying to say. You said, now take it back when you call me a liar.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take it back. My apologies. Now, I said yes. How do y'all feel about that? Y'all being defined as the city of New York. Because it's not my tax dollars. It's the city of New York's tax dollars. I'm wondering how people that live in New York feel about spending $3 billion on people that have come across this border that Joe Biden allowed to come over here.
Yeah, Matt. You know how they feel? Matt, sorry to interrupt. Quick question. Zoran Mamdani into the fucking mayorship of New York City. That's what they feel about it. Because they're Matt, what were the numbers? Matt, what were the numbers you said that were coming in a month? 200,000, $250,000. Did you see what Dark? That's right. So did you see what Dark Aaron? Matt, hold up. Stop talking, please. Did you see what Dark Aaron put in the chat? A little over 1 million, 1.3 annually. Do you know how many months there are in a year? Your math isn't mathing. Well, stop lying. 12 million.
And that's from
That's from the Steve.
Everybody agrees on the 12.
Hey, darling.
Just ready to get up.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, they were popular.
We would have.
That was LeVon. That was LeVon.
Fucking liar this guy is.
Can I ask you a question?
Are you telling me that 12 million people did not sign over throughout 4 years of the Biden administration? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm telling you said 250,000 every month. The CPB literally said for fiscal year 2024, 1.3 million came through Texas for the whole fucking year. Either you can't do math or you're going to fucking hell. Which is
12 million people over 4 years.
you are not the whole southern border.
Divide.
You are not the whole southern border. There is a larger border than Texas.
Where?
For the South.
Tell me. Where? Oh, I can't wait.
California.
I'll call you.
Arizona.
There's a larger
No, you said y'all aren't the only border.
Aren't people coming here flying here? Aren't most people flying here and overseeing?
Yeah.
Come on. You have no idea. The government doesn't have an idea of how many people are here.
12 million people
Let's move on.
over 4 years.
Okay. Fine.
That's
Whatever.
a fact. That's a fact.
Okay. That's not a fact. Okay. Sure. Anyways, this girl had a question. Huntress? Yeah. Huntress, you had a question? Go. Maybe she stepped away. All right, we can go to the next article. I don't know if anyone has anything else. There's a lot of stuff going on because these arguments are pointless. 22. Anyone have anything?
How long you had on that?
5 years.
Elon Musk outed Steve Bannon as also being on the Epstein list.
Yeah, I definitely understand too. I'm just like moving around here, trying to fix my
So let me go here and see if I can. If anybody has the article, they can read it. If not, I will play the clip about Steve Bannon and Elon Musk is linking up this shit. This list is not going away. And it's just not. Anyone? Okay, I guess I gotta be done. I'm trying to cook and everything. You know, that's not. Oh, guess what? It's a surprising thing. Clubhouse is not my entire life. I have to cook, work, clean, put my clothes in the laundry. So that's what I'm doing while I'm talking to you guys, not just sitting there trying to be the researcher for the room. So let me go here and get this. Here, this is the one I was going to play. It is The Plot Thickens, Musk's latest attack on Trump over the Epstein files. So these files are not going away. They are not. This is going to be going on for a while. And I need to find something that explains why MAGA is just so batshit crazy about this. Because I still don't understand. And my comprehension might be a little small and a little slow, because I don't understand why they're going batshit crazy when this could expose a lot of people that support them. It can't be a morality shit. It can't be. It just cannot be. It's something else. Something else. And it just can't be Bill Clinton, because he's not going to be the only target on this list. Can anybody explain it to me? I'm going to find that this clip we can listen to is a little bit too long for me. It's 5 whole ass minutes. But does anybody want to jump on it before I have to play it? You can listen to it.
Listen, they don't care. They care more about their taxes than they care about pedophiles.
No, that's not true. There's something going on with this. It's all over X. Please. They're melting down on X about this whole thing. That's where all the MAGAs hang out. The ones who really are real MAGAs.
It's a performance. Oh, sorry, Doug.
Go ahead.
It's the performance. They like to attempt to lord over people a sense of morality and higher than thou attitude. They want us to believe that they care about these things. They do not actually care about these things, and therefore don't actually think through, Lisa. They just don't think. They are incapable of thinking beyond their own 2 feet. That is why they like to circle jerk around the idea that they are valiant and honorable and just and good people, when in reality, all that they are filthy, mentally diseased defenders of pedophilia.
All right. Well, I can give you a little summary. So, details of Epstein's alleged secret life emerged in 2005 when several underage girls accused him of offering to pay for massages or sex acts at his Palm Beach mansion. Grand jury testimony unsealed later included accusations that Epstein, who was in his 40s at the time, had raped young girls as young as 14. Epstein avoided several charges in the case by striking an agreement to serve 13 months in prison on state prostitution charges and to register as a sex offender. A Justice Department review later found that U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who oversaw the agreement, exercised poor judgment in striking a deal. Acosta went on to serve as Trump's labor secretary in the first term. Dozens of additional women alleged that in 2018 that Epstein had abused him. That reporting pushed the Justice Department to open a new investigation into Epstein, and he was indicted in New York with sex trafficking dozens of underage girls less than 1 year. He pleaded not guilty to those federal charges, and then in August 2019, Epstein was found unresponsive in his cell in New York Correctional Center. He was taken to the hospital, pronounced dead. That was quick and dirty, so if I miss anything, please add.
President of the United States, of hiding the Epstein files because he is in them. It wasn't a question, it was an accusation. And it implies Trump is a pedophile for my ears. And Trump hasn't responded. Some are taking this as an admission, not me. I think, again, unless Musk does some serious ass-kicking and kissing on the quick, Trump is going to sue him for defamation. And if Trump sues, I think he wins. Now, I don't often like Trump's use of litigation. I didn't like it when he threatened to sue my parents for giving birth to me, true story, and I don't like him suing 60 Minutes. Trump could argue, not only is the allegation false, but that Musk knows it's false. He knows what he said is BS, and then he could force a huge settlement or a humongous award.
Okay, so I don't know too much about that, but we did just read earlier, a couple hours ago, that, what is the lawyer's name? That he said he's actually seen them.
Alan Dershowitz?
Yes, he's seen the list. He knows who's on the list, and some people it will definitely be a problem for some people. And he is bound because he's, I don't know, he says it's a secret.
Attorney-client privilege.
Yeah. But we can't say it. Now, who are we supposed to be believing here? Because this is not going away. It's just article after article, clip after clip. Who are we supposed to believe? Is there a list?
Well, yeah, there is a list, and if you do a deep dive on what is it called, Deep Sea or whatever that AI is, it is saying that there's evidence and whistleblower accounts that suggest deeper ties between the Israeli and mafia figures, intelligence operatives, and U.S. hip-hop elites. That's what it says.
What? Look, regardless of the list or not, I don't think people really truly care about the list. They want to see people being prosecuted, right? These people raped dozens, if not hundreds, of women over and over repeatedly. They were underage, right? The only people that have been prosecuted is Epstein and Ghislaine. Like, do people care about the list, or do they care about law enforcement going after these people? I mean, my thing is, I want to see people going to jail over this.
You guys talk about him talking about giving a pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell?
I wonder why.
Are you? Well, wait a minute.
And maybe even Diddy.
What? Wait. When did you hear this, Sister Wife? Oh, let me pull up the link and I'll bring you.
You know, I ain't talking about a link, Sister Wife. I'll be right.
Oh my God.
They're suggesting that this whole
That
thing
don't make no sense, though.
Yeah, they're suggesting that this whole thing with
When you're ready, let me know and I'll read it and I'll provide.
they're suggesting that this whole thing is really tied up in human trafficking, like this whole thing, and that's why you see. I don't know if they're actually doing that Abercrombie and Fitch case. I don't know what's going on with that. But there's a tie-in there. There's a tie-in with Diddy. There's a tie-in with Mossad, which is the Israeli mafia. There's a tie-in with the African.
Hold on. Stop. Are you being sarcastic when you say this? Israeli mafia, right?
I'm reading what.
Mossad is their intelligence agency. It's not a mafia.
No, I'm reading what Deep Sea.
Yeah, Haitian is 100% correct. Snap. Haitian is 100% correct.
It's not a mafia. It's
I told her. What is y'all talking about?
So it's equivalent to our CIA. The Mossad is equivalent to our CIA.
I understand. I'm saying them and the mafia. I'm not saying they are.
Oh, it sounded like you said the mafia. My apologies.
What? Mossad and the mafia? You ready, Lisa?
Vegas.
Haitian, you acted like that made it better.
It's always the new universal functional piece of the world.
All we are saying is give piece of give it a chance, but not with a mega. Okay, I want to read the article. Almost ready for it, so he's not. It's from the Hill, and I don't hear any crying about it. Okay, stupid ass. Scott.
I left the room. I thought I really throw his point.
Oh, Matt's gone. Damn it, the people who need to hear it never hear. But from the Hill, Trump discussed pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. Former President Trump considered issuing a pardon to Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell shortly before leaving office, according to a new book from author Michael Wolff. Business Insider reported Tuesday that Wolff wrote in his new book, Landslide, that Trump took a sudden interest in Maxwell's case. Has she said anything about me? Trump reportedly asked about Maxwell. Is she going to talk? Will she roll on anybody? The Hill has reached out to Trump's office for comment. Maxwell was in New York jail on California trafficking charges. She's pleaded not guilty in her request about the denial. A judge deemed her an extreme. This is why she has demonstrated demonstrated willingness and sophisticated ability to live in hiding, which she did for a long time. Wolf has written 2 other books about Trump, the bestseller Fire and Fury and its sequel Seed. Landslide is set to be released on July 13th. It's considered to be the last in Wolf's trilogy on the Trump presidency. Trump has previously acknowledged socializing with Maxwell numerous times over the years. The former president, former First Lady, Melania Trump, of course, this was written, I think, back in 2020. What's this? The article? 2021. Okay. This just came out on some news things that I watched. Let me see, where'd I go? Maxwell and Epstein were all Melania Trump, Maxwell and Epstein were all photographed together at an event in 2000. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. Trump told reporters last year after Maxwell was arrested, but I wish her well, whatever it is. So, yeah, he had discussed talking about pardoning her even back then. So, who knows? We'll see if Ghislaine gets free.
It's crazy, but whenever y'all ready, you gotta talk about Hegseth. I think it's important.
Keg's breath?
Yeah, not that.
This is the thing with the red one.
Yeah.
You went out there. I know you ain't talking about that for a while, so.
Yeah, so apparently about a month and a half ago, Hegseth stopped weapons shipments to Ukraine, and he never discussed it with the White House. And so Donald Trump didn't know anything about it. And the media in Kyiv published an article about the pause, like what, and President Zelensky wanted to like have a conversation with Donald Trump, like what's going on, you were supposed to get these weapons or whatever, and a reporter broke the story, and at first nobody like picked up on it, and it broke again 2 days ago when we were in President Trump was having a press conference about something else. I don't remember what it was. And the reporter said, what's going on with the weapons to Ukraine? He was like, what are you talking about? And the reporter said, why were the weapons paused? And he was like, I don't know, you tell me. So after that, he got on the phone or whatever with PK and PK then sent the weapons or authorized the weapons or whatever. But the scandal is that he did it and Donald Trump had no knowledge of it. As he was communicating to the public that he was sending the weapons and supporting Ukraine because Russia needed to be stopped or whatever. Yeah, there are a couple of articles. I put them in the chat in the other room. I'll find out. I thought I was still talking, but
Sorry, sis. I'm sorry. I watched it live. You go down. So I watched it live. And
You can't make this shit up.
I'm sorry, sis.
Hey, I was laughing. Sorry. I'm sorry. Let me stop you again.
So I watched it live. That's why I was a little triggered. I watched it live, and the question was posed, and he literally, the fact that he didn't know why it was stopped, like it stopped, and he didn't seem to wonder why it stopped, like who stopped it. And when she posed the question, he literally said, I don't know, you tell me. And then the investigation was done. Actually, reporters had done the questioning and found out that it was Hegseth. So they didn't do an internal investigation per se like that. They uncovered that it was him. They figured out who did it. So it was wild. It was live, and the president was totally clueless. So that's how it looked.
Yeah, so the whole thing is fucked up, and the whole situation with Ukraine. I don't know if you guys remember, like when it first started, and the MAGA was like, "Oh no, we shouldn't be over there," and they was anti-going over there. I didn't necessarily we should be over there, but once we invested all that money, there's no turning back. It's like Iraq over again. We're spending money in a fucking country, and then now they're about to take it back over. Trump is a fucking idiot. They should have never stopped the fucking shit with Putin, for Ukraine, and also the Biden administration should have gave them enough fucking weapons to decimate Russia and Putin.
They tried before they left the office.
No. I'm not giving them any fucking props or credit.
No, I'm not.
They should have did it as soon as they got into office, though. Hold on. Let me see what I'm saying, though. It's not about them trying to do anything. They should have did it as soon as they came into office. And the motherfucker saying warmonger in the chat. It's not about a warmonger. But if you're gonna go to war, do the fucking job and get it done and get out.
The Haitian. First of all, first things first. Ukraine wanted to fight its own battles, and it simply
Ukraine has never wanted to fight their own battle. That's not true.
Would you let me speak, Haitian?
Okay, go ahead, bro.
I need you to be quiet. First of all,
Hold on, Robert. Hold up, bro. I got respect for you, but you're not gonna tell me to fucking be quiet like that, bro. First of all,
I didn't say that. First of all, I didn't say that to you. I didn't curse at you.
I need you to be quiet.
No, Haitian. Let me finish what I was saying, bro. You interrupted me. That's how you got.
Like you let Dr. A finish?
I apologize for her.
You apologize, Robert, but you kept talking. It was an empty apology. You should have yielded to Dr. AG. You should have yielded to Dr. AG.
First of all, I'm moving around and I couldn't hear what was going on. That's why it came out that way. I'm putting away groceries and shit like that, and I couldn't hear, or nor was I.
Robert, go ahead. It's all good, bro. I ain't got no beef with you, bro. You know, we do good. Go ahead.
So, the world was shocked at Ukraine's ability to defend itself. Initially, people thought that Russia was going to come in there and kick their ass. But their people came together, their men, they came together and they fought for their fucking country. You have to applaud the country and how they respond.
Go ahead.
Right? So the world is surprised. That resolve has to be respected, that they stood up for themselves and defended themselves. And they were adamant about defending themselves. This wasn't an issue of the United States going in there and carrying out military operations, right? That's a whole can of worms. Strategically and geopolitically speaking, it is in the best interest of the United States to have a presence in that area, right? Also, remember, Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons for protection. Oh my God! All right. You know what? Let just land, bro, because I don't have time, and I don't want to exert that type of pressure. All right, coming out your mouth.
Go ahead. Stop doing that.
But this is what's interesting though, because he's talking all over me though.
Robert, I'm trying to dialogue with you. I'm not trying to cut you like you're doing. But I'm saying if you're saying something that's not accurate, like what's the issue?
What did I say was not accurate? What did I say was not accurate?
If I say something.
Stop.
All right, go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, what did I say it was not? I want to get to it. What did I say it was not accurate?
You got it, bro.
You know, I don't like the conversation if you're not going to have it. If we're going to have it, let's have it, because it's just...
Yeah, what was accurate?
It's choppy for me, because when I'm trying to listen to you guys who know about the subject, and then you say, okay, I'm not going to talk about it. I never get it. And then I'm sitting here and I have to go Google it. I have to Google and finish the conversation that you guys will finish in my head. It's like, you know, can you guys help the room out and finish up the conversation? Because we're here to get the information from those of you who have it. There's over 100 people in here. Why can't you guys have this conversation so we can understand what it is? It just don't make sense. We're all grown as adults in here. Let's get this information.
The thing that was incorrect.
People to fact check what I said.
The thing that was incorrect, or that suggested something that was incorrect, was the statement that the Ukrainians wanted to fight for themselves, right? And it seemed to suggest that the Ukrainians did not want any help. When that I think that's what Haitian was objecting to, because from the outset, the Ukrainians had been fighting with U.S. assistance. It was under Obama, it was like with quote unquote like non-lethal aid, and then it accelerated when Donald Trump, or they got like the javelins, and then it accelerated with the when Biden gave them weapons. So all along, they had been getting U.S. assistance, U.S. intervention. And that was the issue when the Russians were like, okay, now we don't have a problem because you've given them weapons and they shooting at they bombing out my boats and shit. So I think that was where Haitian was trying to make the correction, because the Ukrainians were not fighting, quote unquote, alone. They had always had U.S. assistance.
Not only that, right? That was exactly that. But also the fact, how can we make this Disney special fucking movie that Ukrainians want to fight for themselves and all this bullshit when they were trying to keep the Africans there to fight for them?
Right.
You guys forget that part? Robert, you forget that part? When they won't let the Africans leave, they said you need to stay here and fight for us? So how is that Ukrainian fighting for themselves? I'm confused.
Let me clarify what I was saying. What I was saying is that they were willing to fight, right? When I didn't say fight for themselves, I didn't mean they didn't want help and everything. I was just saying the country, the men, they stood up and they were willing to fight. I didn't. So I said it in a way that it may have conferred something else. So that's my fault. But the point is that they were willing to fight. People thought that they were just going to cower and that Russia was just going to go in there and have their way, and they didn't. Nobody expected this to last this long. So I was just showing respect to a people that stood the fuck up. I wish more Americans would have that kind of backbone and stand up.
Stand up to who, though, Robert? Who do you want them to stand up to? The Ukrainian civilians are not standing up to the government. So who should Americans over here stand up to?
No, okay. Here in America, what we are seeing in America, in our government, this authoritarian regime that we now have, is a result of people not standing up. That's what it is. It's the result. It is the result of that. So
yeah, but that's not the same as Ukrainian.
It's not the
fighting
exact same. It's not that. It's not the exact same. Of course, it's not. Right? One is a war, but I'm talking about in terms of what's happening in our country. I think a lot of people are cowering. I think a lot of people are like, we'll wait till he gets out of office. I don't think people in America are really responding. I don't think we the people has really taken hold yet. And so that's what I mean. A lot of people cower. A lot of people just want to go to work and make believe like shit is not happening. Unfortunately, sooner or later, those that choose to go to work and try to do the best that they can and don't want to get involved with shit will actually be affected. The fact of the matter is, when you hear people infer that there's massive fraud and abuse and all of these things, they say that to justify them removing money from poor people. Currently, most of the people that are on getting food assistance, most of the people who are getting welfare, a lot of these people actually are working. Therefore, we have to look at why these people are not making a living wage. Why is it that they are actually working in North America, the richest country in the world, yet people are going to work and they cannot make their ends meet? That's what we should be looking at. We should be looking at a wage situation, because if people are making money and they're not going to need assistance. So that's what we need to be addressing. Instead, it's like attack the poor, blame the poor, do everything. Meanwhile, nobody is looking at the rampant freaking slush funds that have been created. I mean, this is ridiculous. You have a sitting United States president who is having a private meeting with foreign entities.
You're straying so far away from the point.
Anyway, but the point is this. The point is this. I wish I'm looking forward to Americans having that same type of backbone to bring our democracy back to democracy.
Well, that's what I'm confused about when I'm asking you when you say America's
Don't be confused. Don't be confused. There's no confusion. It's an easy parallel. It's not a war situation. It's a life.
You're talking about people fighting another country as a military versus someone going against the government. And for you to say like they were like, you know, they had the chutzpah to go to war. Did you forget we were at war for like 20-some fucking years as well?
They had to defend themselves.
Yeah, so yes, it might not have affected you. It might not have affected you getting on that plane.
They defended themselves.
But we have plenty of people in this country that you're saying that
they defended themselves. Would you agree that they stood up and defended themselves? Would you agree with that?
Would you agree that people on the stage?
Would you agree? I'm not talking about the stage.
That we've been at fucking war for over 20 years as well? Would you agree since I was fucking 18 years old? That's all I know.
You cannot answer a question with a question. Do you agree? Do you agree that the Ukrainians lasted longer than most people thought? Do you agree with that?
Okay. I think the issue is that, and I've said this in every room, these metaphors and these analogies, they be fucking shit up because they don't be working. I think what's happening is, Robert, you're talking about citizens demanding accountability from their government. What we're talking about with Ukraine is the citizens taking arms in defense of their nation state against an invading nation state. And I think what Haitian is saying is that those two things aren't parallel. That's all. It's two different, yes, and in each instance, it's the citizens standing up, but the context and the circumstances matter, and it makes a big difference. So that's what the discrepancy is.
Yeah, but the correlation to really be like the point is that I don't think
so
that
I was trying. So Robert, I was trying to bury it because people, don't want to have a debate about that. So I was trying to wrap it up in a nice bow where there was clear articulation of your position, clear articulation of Haitian's position, and then we could carry on. That's all.
Okay. All right, great, because I'm more lost than ever. All right, so here we go with this.
I said this once again under scrutiny after new reporting details how Donald Trump, White House staff, were not informed of a pause on weapons shipments to Ukraine last week. The Associated Press described Trump as being caught, quote, flat-footed by the announcement, reporting that Trump's decision to send more defense weapons to Ukraine came after he privately expressed frustration with Pentagon officials for announcing a pause in some deliveries last week, a move that he felt wasn't properly coordinated with the White House, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. The White House did not respond to questions about whether Trump was surprised by the Pentagon pause. Additionally, CNN is reporting that the U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine, retired General Keith Kellogg, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's also Donald Trump's national security advisor, were also not told about the pause beforehand and learned about it from press reports, according to a senior administration official and 2 of their sources. We're back with Charlie and Paul. Charlie, Ann Applebaum said something interesting yesterday, that all the policy is pro-Russia, that all the policy reflexes and all the policy outputs are pro-Russia. Do you think it's that muscle memory, or do you think it's really a rogue Pete Hegseth? What do you think explains this?
Well, probably both. I just finished doing a podcast with Ann Applebaum, and she, goes through all of the ways in which we are essentially changing sides in this war. So this is, runs deep in MAGA. And of course, anybody who in this administration is trying to figure out what is the, directional arrow would see the fact that abandoning Ukraine is very much a priority. Look, there's a lot of reporting behind this story, but I would also, I guess maybe I'll be the in-house skeptic once again, because something like this is of course deeply embarrassing to the administration, or ought to be deeply embarrassing to the administration. And I know that Pete Hegseth is capable of doing something reckless and rogue. But I guess I would also just put an asterisk of, why is the Trump White House so anxious to distance Donald Trump from this? Do we think that Pam Bondi decided not to release the Epstein files on her own without running that by Donald Trump? Do we really think that Pete Hegseth makes a major decision like this without Trump at least knowing something about it? Again, the reporting is pretty solid on this. But in this administration, you'll notice that Donald Trump has a problem using members of his cabinet as a heat shield and then throwing them under the bus when he wants to change direction.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what happened. Is that basically, did that sum it up for everybody about what happened?
Yes. So Trump, we all know Trump will throw anybody in front of the bus. You know that. We all have seen this countless times. How many people in this administration have been convicted and gone to jail? It's a long ass list. And this dude, Hescliffe, whatever, he fell on the sword. He had to take that for Trump. Unless Trump is telling us that he doesn't know what his subordinates are doing. Unless he's telling us that people just do what the fuck they want to do. Like, which is it? Are you a commander in chief? or are you just letting people do what the fuck they want? And if not, if that wasn't at your direction, the only action you can do is fire him. I mean, like, it's scandal after scandal after scandal with an individual that's supposed to have supreme competence in that role. All he does is display clown-ass behavior and immature decision-making. He's a fucking buffoon, and he's in a place of power of which he should not be. Fire him. Fire him, fire him.
Like the sneakers in the PTR, but not the color of
They look better in person, they do. I can see why.
Anybody want to comment on that? Okay. All right, so let's move on to the next news story. Anybody got any breaking news? Because I'm about to shut this down if I don't get, like, I got shit to do. I mean, I got to cook. Anybody got any breaking news?
Fetterman is on the record. He's saying that what he said? He said Sandami is not a real Democrat. He basically threw him under the bus today, and he also said that they shouldn't be attacking ICE. ICE plays a very viable role, and nobody should be attacking ICE. I don't know. He just needs to change parties.
Wait, who needs to change parties? Mandami?
No, Fetterman.
Oh, I told you guys a long time ago they need to get rid of Fetterman. I mean, really, it's something that's going on in his head. I don't know. It could be, it could be remnants of what happened when he had his mini stroke or whatever. But yeah, something has to happen with him.
Yeah, he says he doesn't agree with virtually any of Zoran Mandami's ideas. He's not even a Democrat, honestly. He went on the record on Fox, I think, on Fox News. Was it Fox News? He was talking to some reporter, and that's what he was quoted as. And then he says, ICE performs an important job for our country. Any calls to abolish ICE are 100% inappropriate and outrageous. He tweeted that. Now, you guys, he may have forgotten, and I'm going to give him grace because he had a neuro injury. His wife was an undocumented immigrant for 15 years. Say that again? His wife, Giselle Barreto, Fetterman's wife, before she got her papers, she was undocumented for 15 years. This guy's crazy.
Did she get penalized?
I don't know. I have to go back and look at it.
Wait,
I know she has papers now.
what did you say he did, Levon?
He went on the record and he said, what did he say? ICE performs an important job for our country. Any calls to abolish ICE are 100% inappropriate and outrageous. He tweeted that. And then, that's on his Twitter feed. And then in an interview, he said he doesn't agree with virtually any of Zoran Mandami's ideas. He's not even a Democrat, honestly. Yeah, he just needs to, his red pill is almost complete.
It's time for him to go, for real. I don't know. I'm not in his district, and there's obviously something going on with him, because every time he said something else, like really, really inappropriate, a couple, I would have to go pull up all of Fetterman's bullshit and read to you, but he's really been off the rails.
Why are we talking about Fetterman? Can we talk about Donald Trump's dementia? Can we talk about that?
Yeah,
or must we just critique the Democrats? Let's get old. Can we talk about Donald Trump's dementia? How the Republicans are turning? Okay, how the Republicans are turning the country upside down? How George Hawley? I ain't heard it.
We know.
Please give me some classic signs that showcase dementia by Donald Trump. Some classic signs.
The fact that somebody asked him a question about the immigrants in school, and he started talking about he live in Palm Beach. What about that?
Is that dementia?
Or the fact that
just change the topic? We're that change
No,
the
he
topic?
didn't understand the question. Did not understand the question. And the fact that there are people in his government that are making major decisions about which he seems to be unaware. Can we talk about that? See how this is? When see how we say Donald Trump got dementia, and what his people do? They make all kind of excuses for why he don't have dementia. When they said Joe Biden had dementia, everybody was saying, "Oh yeah, he need to get out of there." You gotta stand by your people. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I stand by it.
That man standing up there trying to make it. That man is out of his mind. They had another news conference. I cannot remember what they asked him, but he started rambling and went on to talk about how the planes got out of there. They skedaddled. He said, in the press room, he said, "Yeah, did you see how they skedaddled?" And the reporter, another reporter, tried to follow up and basically saying, like, "What are you talking about? What plane?" And the reporter from the conservative outlet said, "Skedaddling," covering for the fact that he was talking pure nonsense. Like he's babbling.
How was that different?
That's how
was that different?
I
He was doing campaign.
I'm not saying anything comparative. I'm talking about what he's doing right now. He was babbling then too. He had signs of dementia then too.
Okay, fair.
Incoherence, inability.
Oh, Dr. AG, he was talking about the gold leaf pattern. You remember that?
Yes.
Dr. AG, you're saying
it's very reminiscent. It's very reminiscent of when Ronald Reagan was president, and Ronald Reagan had the tendency. Can you go on mute? Ronald Reagan had the tendency to tell these stories about himself, and then it would turn out that the stories were actually parts that he had played in movies. Like he was confusing reality with characters he had played in movies. It's the same thing. This person is demonstratively senile and developing or living with dementia right in front of us every day.
I want to point something out.
Demonstrative senile. I love that.
Demonstratively
I want to point something out, okay? Over the history of America, we have had plenty of presidents that had some type of problems that probably should have been dismissive.
I don't want to talk about them. I want to talk about
No. Let me land. America is used to covering it up until the presidency is over. We don't know how to remove him. We've never done it. That's the
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that the president is getting on the TV. The current president that we have is getting on the TV and babbling, talking incoherently in public press conferences and in diplomatic meetings. That's what I agree. Talk about. What are we gonna do about that?
Yeah, like, damn, I hear what you're saying. It's Dr. AG's boy. We're going Buddha on this one. We're saying in the present, right? And for a president to get up there and say skedaddle, I don't think that's presidential vernacular. It's very concerning.
He has dropped the F-bomb. He has dropped the S-bomb. He's grabbing this and that. I mean, I don't know. We gonna get a whole lot more. Put it that way.
It's a disgrace.
Would Dr. AJ would saying that I'm going to put a 50% tariff because he wants his friend out of some kind of prosecution in another country, would that be considered partially deranged or demented?
It's definitely megalomaniac, and it would be a sign, because as a lot of people, as they are in the stages of dementia, even when they treat the dementia patients, sometimes they give them antipsychotics because some of their behaviors are in line with like some psychological disorders. So his behavior could be, yeah, it could, all of that craziness that we think like he's crazy, it could be just how his dementia is indicating. So yeah, I would say.
All right, so what else should we be looking for when he starts to fall into the deeper stages or further along? What else are we going to be looking for? Like what else is coming?
I don't know, because he's already talking like he's got a mouthful of drool. I guess we just need the drool to come out, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so this is the, I got so much background noise, I can't. This is the actual clip of when he starts rambling. I'm trying to find this stuff as we go along here. But this is the clip of him talking. They asked him a simple question, and wow, can I find this on a better? Yeah, this will be fine. I'm not.
I don't go to a gay person and I say, "What the fuck are you doing?" Or let's say, example.
Dude, why don't you throw them off buildings? That's like the coolest thing. That's like the one thing I think like Muslims are super cool for is they throw them off 10-story buildings.